April 4th. If we could please have the roll call.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Here.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Here.
Councilmember Schickling?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
Here. Well, for the last couple of hours, we've had a lovely visit with Assemblyman Josh Lowenthal. We want to thank him for coming to the island today, and I believe he knows all of the council members, but I think we just want to hear what's on the Assemblyman's mind and maybe ask some questions of him. Does that seem fine? Does that seem okay with you? Okay, good.
First of all, Madam Mayor and members of the council, city manager and staff, I just want to thank you for the hospitality having me today. And I want to commend you totally and completely for the spirit of collaboration that you have. I wish that every city in the state of California functioned the way that Avalon does. It's not simply about all the intractable problems that are here, but it's the results, actually, that you remain solely focused on and providing solutions to these problems. And I think, when we think about all the infrastructure needs that you have here on the island and how they fit into state programs, federal programs, so forth, it's going to take collaboration and creativity together on figuring out how to get the resources requisite to make sure that we're improving quality of life for all the residents of Avalon. As I see that, part of the way that we do that is by making sure that lawmakers, beyond myself, understand that this is a jewel for the state of California and the entire United States, and is not simply the needs of the residents themselves or for the people that live on the mainland that come over recreationally, but really for the entire state, for the entire country. And that's the way that we need to, package it and sell it in order to get the resources for solving some of these problems. And that's how we intend to do it. So, as I said earlier at lunch today, I will be here as often as you'll have me. I approach this humbly and ask for your patience as I get up to speed with all of these issues. And I look forward to creating action plans around them where we really are substantively, addressing the progress and making sure that we're getting to where we need to be and not simply, talking about the same things over and over, but actually addressing progress as we go through these things. So thank you again for having me. Look forward to hearing more.
Thank you. Council members, do you have comments or questions?
I definitely want to say thank you. I appreciate since day one, since the first day that I met you, how open you were to just listening. And already, anytime there is progress, you make sure to reach out to let us know, and that it means a lot. So it makes me excited and hopeful, and like you said, not just talk about it, but actually move forward with getting things done. So it's exciting. Thank you. And your whole team, by the way, all of you guys are great.
Absolutely, I echo that sentiment, and I was going to say, not just you, very engaged with all of us, but your staff. So that's very, very nice to see, and really look forward to a working relationship because you've already started in on the whole Ottawa thing and all that kind of stuff. So hopefully you can get some other things done for us. Which, do we dive into that now?
You can.
Well, because one thing that I mentioned when I first started here, actually when I really first got elected, I came across something through work. I work for Southern California Edison, and there was a microburst up in the Big Creek area, and the team on a meeting that I attended at work showed pictures of these expanding ring net barriers that caught the most incredible, like full-size trees and everything, and kept them from going into the dam and all that stuff. So I went to city manager Dave and said, I think we should look into this for Pebbly Beach Road. I said, I know you're new, and we're in a drought, but you don't really know what happens when it rains here, but I think you've been inundated. You've been initiated. You got it figured out. So I know they can be quite pricey, probably the engineering that has to go with it to figure out how to get it up there, and not just along Pebbly Beach Road, but out by the casino going out to Descanso and all that stuff too. I think that the expense would outweigh not doing it. It would benefit us because the hours and the money that we have to spend digging out the K-rails and replacing the fences that we have on the chain link fence on top of the K-rails, I think in the long run, the expanding ring net barriers would, or something to that effect, would benefit quite a bit. So if we could get grants or monies toward this, we already got one big one already, but it's a drop in the ocean. But if we could get more monies pointed towards that, so we could shore up those hillsides, that's speaking about all of our guests around the country and across the pond and ultimately around the world, because with the cruise ships, we get world travelers too. So, but that would just enhance the safety of everyone concerned.
Can I take a brief moment? Is Brady here? Brady McCarthy. When is our sort of drop dead deadline in terms of making budgetary requests, city budgetary requests? That's May?
I believe it's actually coming out
At the end of this month. Okay. Can I speak to that for one quick second, everybody? You're probably getting bits and pieces of this, and if you haven't, forgive me, and that's one of the reasons why we need to stay so close with each other. We're in a budget deficit with the state of California. Right, every week when we get a budget report, it gets worse and worse. Most recently, in the delay on tax collection means that it's a delay in revenues actually for the state of California. Great for residents and businesses, not great for the state's revenues. So we know we're about $30 billion short. We don't know to this moment how that's going to affect the delivery of services, and we don't know how that's going to affect our asks. But what it does mean is that we need to be very organized and very strategic in terms of our prioritization. And one of the things that we need, I need to convey in being here today is we need to come up with what that list would be. And so we as one assembly office that represents 4 cities, Avalon, Long Beach, Carson, and Signal Hill, needs to submit effectively one list of requests. So I need to, it doesn't have to be today, but need to walk away with a sense there needs to be some level of consensus with leaders in Avalon of what that prioritization should be. There's going to be so many things that are truly in need, but we need to, if we're going to hammer them home, we need to really make sure that we're aligned on what they are.
That makes sense.
I actually, I believe we had the conversation, right, about the rings?
Yeah.
And I had mentioned it to Bob as well, and I believe they've looked into it before. So he does have like a plan laid out, so I don't know if that will help us within the process.
Right.
Okay.
Lisa?
Yeah, sorry for my voice, guys. So we do have that priorities list with city staff already, which is great. And
Okay.
I don't know if it needs to be updated at all, but I think it's pretty current in terms of priority for safety and for need. And I think Assemblymember Lowenthal, thank you so much again for coming. You absolutely have been a person that not only has been invested since you decided to run and spend so much time here already, even before you got elected, but also has family ties to the island and Avalon. And I appreciate that because it's nice that you already have an understanding of what is happening here and what the needs are, and you've seen them over the years. So just a thank you for coming. Thank you for being willing to support and to put our name out there when you are looking at certain things that we may be applicable for. My discussion with you as always has been about broadband, and I know that broadband does fall on that list below other priorities because of the need for safety, security, and access first, which is understandable. But just would ask again that as your team is going through and looking at any monies that have been specifically marked for broadband, that you just keep us in mind for that undersea fiber project or other improvements that can be made in the meantime, and how we can manage those with everyone. We've had this discussion offline before, so I appreciate you being willing to talk about it then, and also responding so quickly to the emergent need and what was happening with the storms that recently just occurred. So again, nothing but thanks and welcome, and sorry I couldn't be there to greet you in person, but next time for sure.
Thank you, Lisa.
Did anybody call in?
No.
Can I go?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem?
I'll just ditto everything they have said. I think you saw our major concern is with the Mole and Beverly Beach Road. You got to witness those firsthand. And broadband. Those are my biggies. But I would like to say on a personal note, it's enjoyable, and I think we're in good hands in that the Lowenthal's have always looked out for Avalon. Both Congressman Lowenthal and Assemblywoman Lowenthal, got to meet them both. It was nice to be able to serve at the same time as they were in office, and so I'm looking forward to working with you in our endeavors. So
It's kind of you to say. The benefit you have with me is I actually grew up coming to the islands. It's very, very near and dear to me, and feel like I'm a stakeholder here. And so I want to bring it home to the best that I can, and really want to stay as close as possible. And to respond to the councilwoman in regards to broadband, I've worked in the telecom sector for 25 years, and it's also something that's very near and dear to me. And so we got to see that through. So many other parts of your economy, and education and public safety, and the health and well-being of your residents is tied to broadband. And so we really need to make sure that that takes place. Every day wasted is tough. So
Lisa, he was saying at lunch that he's very, 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 very committed to that. So, and he's going to keep us, he's going to set up this little group, and there's going to be ongoing communication. Yay.
I'm just going to add one more thing, Annie. I know that it's probably going to be with the rest of the district, and I'm sure it's international and national, but any mental health resources that are offered, please, if we could please get on board with those as well.
yeah, we need to have a side conversation about that, and so we can understand substantively where the greatest levels deficiencies are specifically, whether they're communities, age groups, specific folks that are at risk, how to look at this. And definitely the state is going through that as a whole right now, needing to devote resources there. So
Thank you.
thank you for bringing that up.
Is that it? Okay. Well, he's got another engagement. So, and we have a little proclamation that I will read for you, but since Lisa wasn't able to sign it, so we'll be forwarding it to you. So the proclamation congratulating Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal on his election and his inaugural visit to Avalon as its representative in the California Assembly. Whereas Josh Lowenthal was elected to the California State Assembly in November of 2022 to represent the 69th Assembly District, and whereas Assemblymember Lowenthal worked as an entrepreneur and business owner with a long, successful record of accomplishments in tech and telecom startups, and whereas growing up and working in Long Beach, Josh committed himself to improving his community by working to alleviate homelessness, help at-risk children, and create 21st century jobs. And whereas the city of Avalon holds a special relationship with the Lowenthal family, as members of the family have worked as educators on the island, and whereas former Representative Congressman Alan Lowenthal advocated for the city through its tenure as our representative, and whereas the City Council of the City of Avalon is honored to welcome Assemblymember Lowenthal and his staff to the island, now therefore it be proclaimed by the City Council of the City of Avalon, congratulations to Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal on his election to the California Assembly, and welcome to Avalon. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate that so much. That's so kind of you. Yeah,
So-
and if I could really quickly, I told this anecdotally, when I came over as a candidate, Lisa was so kind to give me a full tour that day and actually took us to dinner. And I was telling the mayor this story just recently. I canvassed here, walked door to door and spoke to residents here who were not used to having people from the mainland coming over and canvassing and asking, what the state of California can do better for them. And this is a community where people truly care and engage about their community. And I want to echo the first thing I said when I walked in here. I wish every city functioned the way that Avalon does. The entire state would be much better. And on that note, we also have our own proclamation. Do we not have with us? Okay. We're going to be presenting that to a specific small business. So I didn't know if we would do that here.
Okay. All right. So what happened to, I thought a couple years ago, we had this huge state surplus. Where'd it go?
So the state of California relies on personal income as a huge part of its revenue source. And so a lot of that has to do with capital gains. So when the stock market is flat and the real estate market is flat, you don't see the huge capital gains that you do in other years. So when times are good, the state's going to do really, really, really well and have surplus. When times are bad, the state is not. And that's a big criticism on the way that the state collects revenue, as a matter of fact, that we don't have a level of consistency year after year. So as we all know, the stock market and the real estate markets have been pretty flat over the last year and a half or so. And so that's why we are where we are.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Didn't understand. Any other questions before he takes off?
No questions.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate you.
How are they gonna get it? Somebody gonna take them for a ride?
We are.
Okay, take them for a ride.
Can we try to get a picture?
Sure. Shall we go? Shall we go up front real quick? Hello, we are back. We had a lovely meet and greet with Assemblyman Josh Lowenthal. I hope some of you are tuning in to see that. He will be back, and he cares about Catalina and the city of Avalon. So now we will be going into a closed session.
And one moment, Mayor, before we go into closed session, is I know there's some people that are following us online, but because we have to have a separate Zoom link to go into closed session, those folks will get cut off, but we'll come back into open meeting here. So if they watch, I believe Channel 3 will have the actual, it'll show us when we come back, and then they can get back on. So if you're on and you get cut off, that was just because we went into closed session, but it'll be available to come back shortly.
Great. Okay. Do you need to tell them what it's about?
We do.
It's about
I have to find my
real property
paperwork.
negotiations, property at 128 Myrtle Avenue. The agency negotiator is the city manager. Negotiating parties are the city manager and Captain's Foundation, and under negotiation price and terms of payment.
Thank you.
Welcome. Here we go. Pledge of Allegiance. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And sadly, if we could please have a moment of silence. It was a terrible last couple of weeks for Danny McCormick, Margaret Warner, who passed away as our oldest living resident at 102 years of age, Kathy Pellinat, Lucille Machado, and Don Mary. Please be seated. Announcements and written communications.
I have none.
Okay. Department head reports.
Good afternoon. Bob Greenlaw, Director of Public Works. Got two items for you tonight, or today. The closure of Country Club Drive. So Country Club Drive will be closed on Wednesday to vehicular traffic from about 9 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. due to construction of the curb by Eucalyptus Garden Apartments. And what we're doing is we've got a valve for salt water that goes to Eucalyptus Gardens, and we've got to unearth that, see what shape it's in, and get the repair parts, and then we'll do the repair at a different day.
Wow.
We've noticed everybody, excuse me,
From where to where?
right at that curve, right by the Eucalyptus Gardens.
Right,
Where the
so-
blue, where the blue stairs are.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it'll just be that little section?
That little section, so
Okay.
pedestrians and bikes will be able to go through, but because it's on a blind curve, we're in the
Yeah.
middle of the road. Might as well just tell everybody that it's going to be closed for that period of time. We've reached out to all our stakeholders that use that road and also put it through our normal public information. So
Okay.
it'll be back open after that. And then the Green Pier repairs, the pile replacement at the Green Pier started last week and will be completed this week. The scope of the work was to replace 2 fender piles on the west side dinghy dock and also a support pile there. And that's already accomplished. And another fender pile was put by Joe's Rent-A-Boat yesterday. And today we're mobilizing all the way out to the end of the pier by the F float. And then we have another fender pile to put in tomorrow morning. And then we'll work our way back out with the crane, starting tomorrow in the morning and all the way through tomorrow. And then by Thursday, we should be getting off the pier. So still some chaos going out there. We're trying to keep everybody, all the businesses open and keep, as much access to the pier. And we're doing some alternative means as the harbor master can tell you about it, but if today, because we're so far down on the pier where it's a really tight tube to get through with all that activity, and because of safety, we actually ferried some people to some of the tours when we did have the tours open. Then the wind helped us out, but it didn't help the tours out because then basically everything closed down anyway out there. So I think it's all going to work out fine. Project's been going great. And they'll be off the island soon.
How far down do they pile?
20 feet.
20 feet, okay.
Yeah, some of those are 55-foot piles.
Okay.
So you see in a piece of them cut off. We always make sure that they're nice and long so that we're getting the best pile we can.
Yeah.
But we are getting 20-foot depth in the seabed.
Sweet, okay. Any
Okay.
questions?
Did you say this Thursday or next Thursday?
This Thursday, yeah. So we'll be done. So by Friday, should be the pier is normal. Okay.
Great.
Wow.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. Been an exciting week. Since my last report Tuesday, March 21st, Patrol moored 217 boats for a total of 1,342 nights. Patrol did 5 warnings or advisements of municipal code violations and did 27 public assists, 115 security patrols of the harbor facilities and surrounding waters. Recently, council had approved the purchase of a new engine for one of our patrol boats. I'm happy to report that Patrol Boat 1 was delivered to Harry's Marine last Friday, and we'll be getting the engine repower done. We expect that boat to be back with us in the fleet by the end of the month. Like Bob said, I'm really happy with the pier work going on down there on the pier. We've been working with all the stakeholders and all our partners, and somehow we've managed to keep traffic flowing. At times it's been restricted, especially on the smaller points of the pier, but it's no small feat, and I really appreciate Bob's help and assistance in making sure that everything has been running smoothly down there. We've had good communications with everybody via email, and so anytime a problem arises, we try to handle it on the spot. We have been ferrying some of the business workers or their customers from the mall to the pier when the amount of time that they're going to be blocking the pier becomes too great. So if there's anybody who's watching who's needs to reach out to me, I encourage them to call the harbor office anytime, and I can also be reached via my cell phone, which I've allowed the harbor department folks to just hand out. So like I say, we just want to make sure that everything is open, the business is flowing as much as we can. Like Bob said, the cruise ship canceled because of the weather, but we expect tomorrow we're going to have a cruise ship, and so everything will be business as normal.
Great. Any questions?
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
I'm sorry, Mayor, before we continue, was there any reportable action from closed session for the record?
No, I would indicate there's no reportable action from closed session.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I would like to announce that City Attorney Scott Campbell is in attendance now.
Thank you. Very good.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of council. Want to report cross-channel revenues were down 17% for January and down 27.5% for February. Cruise ship was up for the month, but a lot of that has to do with occupancy rates on the ships compared to the prior year. TOT was similarly down 18% in January, and I expect February to be down around 35%. We're still waiting on a few payments there. Again, I'm not all that concerned because we had such a strong first half of the year from a budget standpoint. It just really, though, highlights the need for us to make sure we're budgeting at a level we're confident we can hit, because things like weather are out of our control, and so we just need to make sure we're budgeting at a city at a sustainable level where, you know, one bad summer storm or winter storm doesn't throw us off our budget track. But at the next meeting, we will be discussing year-to-date revenues as well as what we estimate our beginning reserve balances to be heading into the next budget year. And so that kind of formally kicks off our budget meetings. So the two in May will be specific to operating budgets and capital budgets. With the complete budget, the intent is to present that at the first meeting of June. For the second meeting of June, hopefully to adopt the budget all at the regularly scheduled meetings.
Great.
But with that, any questions?
No, thank you, Matt.
Yep.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, City Council, and city staff. Since we last met in March, there's been approximately 80 calls for service. 51 of them were observations made by the deputies, and 28 were calls for service from the public. There were 4 arrests, 2 for a drunken public, 1 for a misdemeanor domestic violence, and 1 for assault with deadly weapon. There's been a lot of progress on the casitas. They've been working on it for the last month, and we anticipate it being done, or at least done enough to move our deputies and our personnel back in by the middle of April. So we're kind of excited about that. We've done some adjustments to our deployment of our personnel. We're doing more foot patrols now that are getting busier, and we've also moved our vehicle parking, instead of just being, you know, in the one spot. Now we're transferring about 4 to 5 different locations. We're still out there, but we're just kind of varying up a bit. Another exciting thing is the short stop program is starting May 9th Our first two sessions are going to be May 9th and May 23rd. The initial program is just going to be students from the high school having particular issues in school, whether it's truancy or disciplinary issues. They'll be enrolled in the program, and it'll be held at the courthouse like it was in the past, and also at the station. So we'll be bringing them through the jail and that kind of thing, just kind of to walk them through, and hopefully we'll be able to set up some mock trials with the kids.
Are you going to be bringing over an attorney or anybody from the mainland to help with this, or it's all in-house, or how's this going?
Yeah, it's actually, Shortstop is part of the Long Beach, I'm sorry, what is it, the Bar Association, Long Beach Bar Association. So they do have attorneys that come over,
Nice.
and they do set up some kind of mock trials. And they haven't really given me exactly what they plan to do initially, but I know these are the dates, and we're still working with probation. We're trying to do a diversion program where we take certain crimes or certain citations and send them to the program rather than to courts. But
Right.
that's going to take a little while to arrange with probation.
And are you getting recommendations from children from the school? Is that how you're getting them?
Yeah, right now the school is making, they're going to
list.
give us a list of students to be involved in the program. And the parents have to attend as well, so.
That's when, I'm glad that's coming back. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's kind of a huge one. And as far as
It
I'm
is.
concerned, you get the parents involved, you get the kids wanting to not go
Yeah.
back, so.
Yeah. And I like the fact that I saw you issue a ticket here and a ticket there in the newspaper for driving without a license or whatever, so thank you for
Yeah,
starting to
we've
get on that.
increased that quite a bit. I
Yeah.
mean, some of the residents aren't too happy that it's not all the tourists getting the citations, but it's kind of difficult just to narrow it down to certain people. We're citing the people that we're coming across. And as we all know, we've been warning and warning and warning
For
in the
years.
paper. It's been going on for a long time. And
Yeah.
now we're just kind of, going out there and doing it. We do have an issue that we're trying to resolve with the school where I just heard about this morning actually, where there's no driver's training on that island.
Right.
So that's kind of an issue, and I want to meet with the school, with Long Beach Unified, and see if we can set something up to get some of these kids, in driver's training, because it's kind of tough if you don't leave the island, you don't have the resources to get across, yet we're giving you citations for driving, so we're going to have to figure something out.
I have the number of the Director of Transportation for LB Unified, because I'm concerned too. The vehicle is still operable here, but they need somebody to be able to take the course to be able to teach driver's ed.
Yeah.
And we don't have anybody qualified, so I'd be curious to find out what those qualifications are and how somebody might be in town, might be interested in doing that. But yeah, awesome. It is a problem. But we're working with, because DMV's next week, and so some of those 16-year-olds are coming to get their driver's permits.
Yeah.
And there also was a discussion about maybe getting a simulator up at the school so kids could have, because they do that in other schools, we just don't have it here. So maybe we could, I don't know what those things cost, so that they could do the simulation stuff to get them to feel like they're behind the wheel at least.
Yeah, it's going to be, I'm not sure how to do it exactly. We're probably going to have to go out and actually have a meeting with high school level kids and kind of explain the process and
Right.
what need to do, because some people just don't seem to understand that it's important to have a license, and they disregard it completely.
Yeah,
It's
and
pretty
their
common.
parents disregard it as well, yeah.
Didn't we used to have it? Didn't we have that blue car?
Tom
We
says.
still
have
do,
it.
but Tom's,
They still,
has-
yeah, the
yeah.
car, I called the school the other day, the car still runs, they use it when they need to move stuff, so it is there.
Okay.
So,
Is there a way where we can just maybe do like a joint letter or reach out to our LBUSD rep? Was it Doug?
Doug Otto,
Yeah,
yeah.
because I know, all the other campuses have the resources, so I don't see why we shouldn't.
The parents, though, are having to pay, the schools are contracting with them, they're not doing it in-house, so they still have to pay for that driver's ed through some agency that's doing it there, but, yeah, and I know some of the parents are gonna be taking their kids over to get behind the wheel, but it would be nice be great if we could do it here. But I think now they even take them, correct me if I'm wrong, I think they now take them onto the freeway and have them do a few other things, trick things that they didn't used to do before, which I wouldn't want to take a kid on a freeway or whatever, the on-ramp or whatever that movie is. Anyway, So, I mean, with all of us as our heads together, I mean, I can give you the director of transportation for Long Beach if you want that. and
Yeah,
then-
please give me the number and
Yeah.
I'll reach out this week and find out what we can do, because we definitely need something. It's, you know, when you're enforcing so hard and then you don't have any resources on the island, it makes it kind of a situation where there's no win for some people, so.
Right, yeah. But like Klein reported last time, they stopped those 10 kids and bam, none of them had anything, you know? So it just shows the severity of the situation for sure. Yeah. Okay, any other questions of the captain? Lisa, you good? Okay, all right, thank you.
I'm good. I'd be interested to know what those qualifications are for the program and what you have to have, what type of license or training you have to have. So if anyone knows, or Annie, if you want to give me that info too, to reach out, yeah, let me know.
Okay, good. Okay, and we don't have a representative from Community Services today?
I have 2 reports that I'm
Okay.
giving on behalf of the department.
Sure,
So,
good.
thank you. So first of all, from the fire department, fire chief, who is out of town, he's in Annapolis at training. So he sent his report in just for March. They had 74 total calls, 58 were for medical, 16 fire calls. He wanted to thank John Gilbert for installing new lights in the apparatus bay as well as cameras around the station for Pat to set up. The chief is working on scheduling to host a meeting with community members, stakeholders to talk about what they might think the biggest challenges are for the fire department. And Fire on the Island, have that hopefully at the fire station, get people more involved, more engaged with his department. At class, currently he indicated that he's learned a lot of great information, putting together a community risk reduction plan for the community to use. That's what he'll be coming back from, and I'm sure he'll be happy to report on that once he returns. So, from Community Services, a couple things from Dave Hart. Last weekend we had 2 events, as everyone knows: underwater cleanup held by USC Wrigley Institute. Divers found everything from batteries to jewelry to tires to, they had tarps full of stuff out there. He just wanted to thank all the divers for keeping the harbor clean for another year. And the other event was the Outrigger Race. Those folks were in for the whole weekend. Race traditionally starts at 2 harbors and ends in Dana Point. This year they started the race in Avalon and went to Newport. But for the 3 days they were in, they did a trash pickup, got 40 pounds of trash on their first day, yoga session the next day, and then did another trash pickup and went and got another 28 pounds of trash. And then went on their 5-mile course Saturday, and then their cross-channel race on Sunday. So both events kind of coincided because of the weather. They were thrown in together, and beautiful weather. So thanks to both of them for working together. On this Thursday, Avalon Schools is going to be putting on their own version of the Springfest downtown to help raise money for their programs. The event will run from 3 to 7 p.m. Following the schools event on Friday, going till Sunday, will be the Catalina Art Association's Art and Craft Fair. So please mark that to attend that. On Saturday, the 8th, is the annual Easter egg hunt at Descanso Beach, starting at 10 a.m., running to noon, for ages 0 to 17 years. Saturday, the 15th, there'll be Community Services will be hosting the annual Kite Day at Joe Machado Field, starting at 11 a.m. There'll be kites for sale at City Hall, and they'll have them for sale the day of the event. So hopefully that weather holds out for that. If it's okay, I'll go right into the city manager's report. Just wanted to report and thank Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal and his staff for attending the city today. They had a rough ride over this morning, but we had an opportunity to sit down with them at the mole, kind of lay out. Bob Greenlaw did a great job of laying out what Mole Phase 2 is going to look like and what the city's needs are regarding that project. We then took them down Pebbly Beach Road, showed them the damage that currently exists and why that's such an important roadway and stretch of property for the city to maintain. I think it was nice for Assemblymember Lowenthal this week because his father championed the award of $2 million we received for that roadway, or hope to receive for that roadway this spring. Hopefully that money will be freed up and we can start that project. But it was just nice to have a conversation with them because it wasn't all about money. It was about what can we do to get more services for the city. And he's very actively engaged, and I'm sure we're going to see him a lot over here. It was very impressive to see how enthusiastic both him and his staff were today, and they've been that way leading up to today. I know I've received a number of emails asking what they can do to help. I also wanted to just indicate I attended the Sea Trade Cruise Ship Convention last week. Had an opportunity to speak with our partners, our cruise ship partners, about where they've been with the city, where they're planning on going, where the industry is going, and what we can expect. I think overall I'd categorize it as very positive feedback from them. We know that some things have changed that are outside of our control with the cruise ship industry, but I think hopefully the city can adapt and maintain that relationship with the cruise ships, because I do believe it's important, but we have to find that balance that makes it work for everybody. So just thanks to Jim Lutjahan and Conrado Vega, both who attended it with me, that were a tremendous help to me since that was my first time being at that meeting. The citation amnesty program ended March 31st. This was something we tried and floated, and we had 15 residents participate in the program. Had a number of vehicles relinquished, turned over to the city. The city received $6,659 in fines as a result of the program, and we forgave over $12,000 in fines for the people that did participate. So those that participated, thank you. I think it's a big benefit to them, and hopefully this is something maybe we can revisit down the road. We have decided, because of the weather and because we have a couple hundred vehicles that are still out of registration, yesterday being the last day of vehicle registration, we've decided to extend that registration until April 13th. Those extra 10 days are designed to coincide with DMV being here from Monday, April 10th, next Monday through the 13th. So if anybody's excuse for not coming in and registering was because they have DMV problems to clear up, we're letting them clear those up, and we'll stay open for vehicle registration till the 13th. And just to remind everybody, DMV will be here Monday the 10th, starting at 1 o'clock till 5, full day Tuesday, full day Wednesday, 8 to 5, both of those days, and then 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. on Thursday. So please sign up and come in, and they will be taking walk-ins. Couple things. Congressman Garcia's office is still scheduled to be on the island Monday, April 10th. We'll keep council up to date if anything changes on that. And Vons has requested, because of some cancellations in the barge, to have extended delivery hours tonight and tomorrow morning in order to get the shelves stocked. I've approved those. So in case there's any questions by the residents about why the trucks are delivering outside their normal hours, that's why. It'll just be today and tomorrow morning. Next council meeting 2 weeks from tonight, Scott Campbell will be here with Paul Novak, who is the CEO of LAFCO. They'll be here during the day, and we'll be spending some time going around the island discussing what steps the city may take regarding any additional property to bring in within the city corporate limits. So we're going to have those discussions, and we'll take them around. So I believe that is everything. Thank you.
That's great. That's wonderful. And thank you. You did a great job filling in the assemblyman today. City Attorney, do you have anything?
Just to add that Paul's a friend of mine, and he contacted me about coming to Avalon, and we're also going to be looking at the landfill, boundaries of the landfill, to just get some information for LAFCO if we wanted to extend the landfill. So it will be an all-day session with Paul, but he is going to stop by the city council meeting and talk to you at the beginning of the meeting. So look forward to that.
Great, thank you. That's wonderful. Okay, council member reports.
Let's see, let me start off with, I did a hospital survey yesterday alongside with Ron Height. They asked us a variety of questions regarding, I don't know if a couple of you also did that. It was with Claire Kelly from Stroudwater, and she was she was good. I appreciated all of her recommendations and feedback, and just her willingness to listen and try to get this done for us. I believe once they get all the results from the survey, she said that it will be open to the public, so we will all see those results rather soon. And I also attended a California Contract Cities meeting yesterday. It was a bylaws committee. We made a lot of changes on that. And I've also been talking to, her name is Lorianne. She is from our U.S. Bank. She comes here once or twice a week, but she's a mortgage banker, and we're in talks of trying to hold a financial literacy class. And we are trying to also maybe make them multiple classes, maybe starting with the basics and then starting to cover more complex subjects. We are just starting to talk, so once I get more information, I will definitely let you know. But I did make sure to let her know that I wanted to make sure we had someone that could translate all of the information in Spanish as well. But I did also want to make the class joint for everybody, so Spanish and English at the same time. I think it's better for all of us to be together, even if we don't know the subject, just to get to know each other. And you never know, someone can learn some Spanish, they can learn some English, and we can just get to know each other, and we're all in it together.
That's a great idea.
So once I get more information, I'll definitely let you know.
Okay. I neglected to report out the last city council meeting that I did attend the dialysis townhouse, which I really want to thank Jason and his staff and the board for their first step in transparency with the community and communicating that they're listening to our needs and our requests and are trying to address them as best they can. It was fairly well attended. Most of the people there were board members, though it was pretty funny. But unfortunately, it does look like it's not going to be able to happen here. We just don't have the patient base for dialysis up at the hospital, but they did offer solutions for in-home dialysis that could be available to people that need it and that have the type of problem that could do in-home stuff. So I look forward to the hospital continuing down that road of talking to all of us, the community, and opening up what their future plans are for the rest of the hospital and all of that kind of stuff. I guess that's about it.
Okay, good. Mayor Pro Tem, or Lisa? Or either?
Sure, I'll go if that's okay. Just two things. Also did a survey with Claire Kelly regarding, from Stroudwater, regarding the community needs assessment for the hospital. And what I appreciated about that is that the assessment wasn't necessarily looking at the hospital as the lens for that assessment, but looking at the community as a whole of what's needed, what the future health problems look like they could be, and was just really interesting to talk that through with her, and also kind of got me also thinking of services that we could be leveraging better from the county and the state. And then we'll be attending Gateway City's COG meeting tomorrow, planning on attending remotely, which with their new setup for attendance, we do have the opportunity, if necessary, to do that twice a year. And with being sick right now, I don't want to get anyone sick over town either, so we'll do that remotely this time.
Thank you.
The only thing I have is that I will be doing my interview with Stroud Watermeyer tomorrow in regards to the community assessment. It's always been a good experience, and so looking forward to it.
I also did mine, but they also said, some guy interviewed me, but they're going to put that survey out for the whole community to also take advantage of. So it's not just those of us who they picked at this time. It will be out there for everybody, which is really good. I attended the underwater cleanup, tried to make an April Fool's joke about the Coastal Commission canceling the underwater cleanup for future, so there wouldn't be a 42nd one. And when I gave some lame excuse, and then they looked at me terribly, and then I said, April Fool? I don't know if people left before I said that, but But anyway, so if you get any feedback, it was my, try to do a joke. And I'm going to be on the SCAG phone call tomorrow, Southern California Association of Government. Okay. Oral communication, this is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on items that are not on the agenda. You'll be limited to 2 minutes and no action will be taken. No, you're a presenter. Okay?
Anyone? Well, I've received 2 written correspondences via
Okay.
ask.com if no one is going to go up. The first one is from Brandy Keith from AQMD. She writes, hello, thank you members of the City Council and staff. I want to let you know that South Coast AQMD will hold 2 in-person and 1 virtual community workshops to discuss upcoming proposed indirect source rules covering new and existing rail yards and marine ports. The primary focus of the meetings will be on the proposed rule for new rail yards, Rule 2306. The upcoming in-person workshop is on Tuesday, April 11th, 2023 from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at the Wilmington Senior Citizen Center, 1371 Eubank Avenue, Wilmington, California, 90744. The virtual workshop is on Wednesday, April 12th, 2023 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Intermodal facilities are critical components of the goods movement sector as cargo is moved among trains, ships, and trucks at these facilities. However, diesel-powered vehicles used for goods movements are responsible for about half of air pollution in our region. Proposed Rule 2306 focuses on identifying actions to address emissions associated with new intermodal facilities and to minimize public health impacts in surrounding communities. I have attached our event flyers in both English and Spanish. Please feel free to reach out to me if you'd like to know more about South Coast AQMD's indirect source rules. Regards, Brandy L. Keith.
So I guess, Bob, you're going to need to go there because you're concerned about the railway system that's going to be going through Avalon at some point for intermodal. Right?
April Fool.
I'll finish that for you.
The second one is from President and CEO Jim Lutrohan. Love Catalina. Mayor and Council, I would like to share appreciation for the City of Avalon Recreation Department, Catalina Art Association, and the 33 businesses that participated in our March 27th job fair on Crescent Avenue. The event was held from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. While there was a very light foot traffic in town overall, most businesses report having received 3 to 5 viable applicants who expressed interest in employment. We all hoped for a larger turnout in the Avalon community. It was promoted with flyers around town on social media, at Avalon High School, and in a half-page ad in the Catalina Islander. During the event, requests were made from several businesses that love Catalina Island make this an annual event on Crescent Avenue, while also suggesting Avalon School host a job fair again, as they have in the past, since the job fair on Crescent targeted a different demographic. I would like to thank City Manager Dave Maestros for joining me and local businessman Conrado Vega at last week's Sea Trade Global, where we met with all of the cruise lines currently calling on the Port of Avalon and discussing needs and concerns on both sides. Overall, the meetings were very positive and forward-looking in focus. We will share the results of these meetings at the Love Catalina Island Cruise Ship Committee meeting on April 20th, 2023 at 11:15 a.m. The community is invited to join us for a mixer at the Island Spa on the evening of May 20th and to bring their file boxes to our annual Community Shred Day on April 26th. You can sign up for both of those events at lovecatalina.com. Thank you. Jim Lutrohan.
Great, thank you.
I think the mixer is April 20th.
Yeah,
Correct.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, April 20th, and then the Community Shred Day, April 26th.
Right, you said May, though.
Oh, thank you for that.
No worries.
Okay, presentations, Eric O'Donnell.
Yeah, sure.
Yep, cool. All right, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Eric O'Donnell with Townsend Public Affairs. Great to see everyone again. It's been a while since I've been able to do this in person, so it's been been really great to be able to be back here. I want to start by thanking everyone for being here today early for Assemblymember Lowenthal's tour. I know he had a great time. We had a good time with him. He really does. I want you to know he really does care about this community. He has a lot of history in this community, and I really do believe everything he says about trying to help the community. So really looking forward to working with him. I want you guys to know that it is our job to be working with your city staff and council to be making it happen, right? To be your conduit to the Assemblyman's office. We're up in Sacramento every day talking to his office, talking to his staff, talking to Brady and Brian that are here. So we're very well ingrained, but we want to make sure that you guys know that we work for you, and we will take direction from you and staff to accomplish your goals with the Assemblyman. Moving on quickly to a quick state update. If we can get next slide whenever we can. I'm not sure how to do that, but really quick state update. We are in the first year of a 2-year legislative session in Sacramento. Click it that way. Okay, perfect. So we are in the first year of a 2-year legislative session. So in Sacramento, we do 2-year sessions. So after the end of the second year, we reset our bill numbers and we do it all over again the next year. So this year, we're in the first year of a 2-year. January 4th, they got back from their interim recess after the elections. They got sworn in December. The bill introduction deadline was February 17th. So at that deadline, just over 2,600 individual pieces of legislation were introduced in California. If that sounds like a lot, that's because it is a lot, and that's a ton. Each bill deals with roughly one policy item that the legislators want to address. This year was one of the highest figures we've had in a long time of the number of bills, and the two biggest reasons of that are we have a very large population of brand new legislators in Sacramento this year for one of the first times in a long time. 25 to 30 to 35% of them are brand new, depending on how you look at it, which is incredible in terms of new blood, fresh outtakes. So what that means is you get a lot of fresh ideas, right? You get a lot of people who have not been there before and have time to make their stamp. And then the other reason that we had so many were the lack of COVID-19 restrictions for the first time in several years in Sacramento. During the pandemic, legislators were limited in how many bills they could introduce to make it easier on staff and easier on committee hearings. Those restrictions are gone now. So between those two reasons, that's why we're up at 2,600. It'll go down next year for sure, but it'll be interesting to see in 2025 when we start again to see if 2,600 is maybe our new normal. Around 1,000 of those were placeholder bills or spot bills. So when they're introduced, about 1,000 of them did nothing. They were just a placeholder before the deadline to make sure they got a vehicle introduced, and they have to amend it later to make sure it does something by a certain deadline. But just to get it in, just to get our vehicles in, and we'll talk about a couple bills as we go on. When it comes to the budget needs to be passed every year in Sacramento by June 15th. However, in the last couple years, because of, like the Congress or the Assemblyman said, regarding budget uncertainties, we've been passing a framework budget by that deadline just to meet our constitutional obligation, but then continue our negotiations into summer for our state budget. And we'll get into a little bit more detail on the budget in the next slide here. And then I just want to say the first House Policy Committee deadlines are in May, and then it kind of goes from there all the way through September when our session will end. And then October when the governor has his decisions to sign or veto all the legislation. Really quick, I love this slide. I wanted to just pause here for a second. This is from the governor's January budget proposal that he puts out. Process-wise, he puts out a January budget, which is his wish list, if you will, and then the legislature gets a hold of it and starts to hold hearings and start to put together their wish list. And then in May, he'll come back once he has a new outlook of our sales tax receipts from that time and have a May revise, we call it. He'll edit his budget, and then going into June, we'll adopt, theoretically, right? I love this slide because if you look at it in a way, it's breaking up all of our general fund expenditures in California, but 70% of our money in California as a state goes to education and healthcare, right there, 70% off the top. And I just think that's fascinating to think about all of the things that we know California does, and we know that is in their jurisdiction, but 70% education, healthcare. Now we're left with 30% to talk about water resources, right? Drought, to talk about housing, to talk about mental health, to talk about prisons. All of that is coming out of the 30% as opposed to the 70%. So I think it's an interesting picture to paint just as we're talking about budgets in the future and talking about where our money goes. When it comes to the total January budget proposal by the governor, $297 billion was the number that he came up with as a proposal. That leaves the general fund with $223 billion. The rest are special funds, so that's bond repayments, borrowed accounts, special taxes that could only be used on certain things. But in terms of general fund, that's flexible. $223 billion was the suggestion. Leaves us a shortfall from the budget document of $22.5 billion. You heard the Assembly member today, that number's going up. It's only going up right now, so we know. The most drastic estimate I heard just last week in Sacramento was could be close to $50 billion. The good news is that we're not in a terrible place. We're actually in a pretty good place to be able to weather it, at least for this year. So during the surplus years, we did a pretty good job at socking away money into rainy day accounts, into savings accounts, into other ways that we can weather some sort of downturn. This budget the governor's proposing, he's not proposing to dip into savings at all for that $22.5 billion. He has a series of other clever ways of deferring, of using federal funds, some reductions in spending, but none of that is coming out of the savings accounts for now. That might change, right? But the proposal did not have any of that coming out. I did want to say, I'm not as eloquent as the Assembly member, but you asked the great question of how in the world did we go from a $100 billion surplus last year to a $22.5 billion deficit. The answer is capital gains tax, in that 9.5, I wrote down notes because I love the data, but 9.5% last year of our personal income that was capital gains, percentage of personal income that was capital gains last year was 9.5% on average in California. The percentage of personal income that is capital gains this year, 5.5. So that 4% right there is $120 billion. It's huge. So more people, like he said, were doing really well in the stock market last year, and that's how California is funded. And that is the $100 billion surplus you saw. You saw it went flat, went down, and we're taking the hit right now. So budgeting is very difficult in California. It is not constant, like the Assembly member said. So it does require some clever accounting and clever budgeting every single year. Man, I'm having issues. I'm sorry. Tough. Moving on, the oil price accountability bill. Hopefully you're able to see it at some point in front of you.
Should be to the computer, to the laptop. Will it change it?
I'm happy to manually advance it too. That's all right. So I'll just, in the interest of time, I'll just keep going. Perfect. The oil price accountability bill from our special session. So this dominated a lot of the time of the legislature lately. So you probably saw in headlines, it's a little different on the island, but you probably saw in headlines, gas prices going crazy, potential price gouging on the oil companies. The governor and the legislature really took some time to look into it. So they called a special session, which means all hands on deck of the legislature to come to Sacramento. Let's talk about this issue, but it's the only issue we can talk about. So no other bills can be introduced during it. No other issues can be talked about. We have to talk about the oil price issue. Out of that, several negotiations, several different concepts floated, but the governor was pretty bullish about trying to figure out a way to ensure that these oil companies were not price gouging or unnecessarily hurting Californians with their seemingly arbitrary prices on oil. So what came out of it was a bill, SB X1-2, which is just a fancy name for another bill. But essentially what it did a couple different things. It established an independent oil price watchdog through the California Energy Commission that every day, 24/7 hours a day, monitors oil prices in California at all the different steps in the supply chain. So starting from production to refining to transportation to gas, right? So every single step they know the price point at all times to know where those pressures are. Why is it spiking here? Why is it spiking there? Can you prove why as opposed to whatever price they want to set? It also establishes a maximum gross gasoline refining margin, so it does establish a maximum profit margin that will be done later through regulations at the CEC, so it's not done overnight. It will have a public input process and a whole process for oil regulators to be able to lean into it. But that'll take a couple years, but there will be some sort of maximum out of this in future years. And then it does authorize some pretty stiff financial penalties if you are caught price gouging or caught not being able to justify why your prices are so high for oil or for gas in California. So all of this is through the California Energy Commission. It's not going to, I don't think it's going to do anything immediately, frankly. I think it's setting up a framework for regulation in the future. But in terms of what it does to gas prices now, I'm not sure anyone knows the answer to that. But I think it is something that they've spent a significant amount of time on lately, and is a matter of statewide importance.
So the penalties go back to the government, they don't somehow get to the consumer, right?
The penalties will go back to the government, back to the Energy Commission. I would imagine that they would be, it's all done through regulation, so it hasn't been done yet. I would imagine they would be put back into the program in terms of staffing costs and regulatory costs,
Right.
so that it's not coming out of the general fund of the state, so that they can use that for other reasons. So I imagine they're going to try to make it as closed loop as possible. But we don't know what the penalties are going to be. There might not be any penalties, right? That everyone might be acting accordingly. We don't know.
So all we could hope for is that they don't gouge us at the pump again.
Or we don't actually know if they have been, right? That's all part
exactly.
of it,
We're
right?
still
Right.
working on it. Yeah.
This is to prevent anything in the future.
Okay, good.
Does that include privately owned?
And then some Avalon-specific items. I know we didn't talk about it here, talked about it a little bit, but the city is sponsoring a bill this year, AB 705, by Assemblymember Lowenthal himself, regarding autoettes. So this is a problem that I know you guys are all too familiar with, that we are getting around to addressing right now. So it's one of the first bills I think we've sponsored since I've been here with the city over 5 years now. But essentially, it's pretty simple. All it does is it changes the definition of what an autoette is in state law from 120 inches to 130. And I'm sure you know exactly what that does for your city. But right now, it would allow, I think, 115, 116 odd vehicles who are not able to be registered with the DMV to be able to be registered with the DMV, which would put you in a pretty consistent blanket authority across the city. So that's good news. Last week, that did pass the Assembly Transportation Committee already in a 15-0 vote. It was on consent, frankly. I just got a word, I think this morning, that it's going to be in consent on the Appropriations Committee as well. So it looks pretty good right now, frankly. I don't foresee any issues, but you never know with legislation. I'm not going to get ahead of myself, but right now it looks like it'll be in law. If everything goes well, it'll be passed in effective January 1 of next year.
Okay, great.
And I did want to say, props to kudos to your staff for really helping with that and providing some really good language that was already ready to go, code sections, history, agenda reports. I know there's been a long history at the city for it, but really good job pulling all that data. And this is the I don't want to speak for the assembly member, but we spoke about this at lunch a little bit. This is the stuff we want to focus on immediately. This is the low-hanging fruit that really makes sense to be able to address for your city, knowing how unique you are, knowing how different you are than the rest of the mainland cities. This is the stuff we want to make sure that we are not ignoring and that we're pushing through. And I think with the assembly members' help and in the future, some other legislative representation, I think we're going to do some good here. I want to give you a flavor of a couple other bills that are going through. I'm not going to go through all of them. Like I said, there's 2,600 of them. So that's our job to read them, not yours. But I did want to say, right now, it looks like in Sacramento, I boil it down to three general themes. First one being housing. As you all know, it's never not going to be a theme in California anymore. I think we're permanently in a housing legislation game. A lot of that is taking away local control, frankly, year after year, but that is the direction the legislature has taken. Prop 47 reform is a very popular topic right now to counter some crime statistics. Prop 47 was a proposition passed by the voters that reduced some sentencing on certain kinds of crimes, reduced some crimes from felonies to misdemeanors, et cetera. It led to some early release of parolees. A lot of folks are attributing that to the increase in crime rates. So a lot of folks are trying to look at Prop 47 reform right now and how do we make sure we can get back some of those automatic sentencing or tougher sentencing on certain crimes. And then fentanyl. Fentanyl overdose in California has been a major issue and a very public issue. There's several bills that address fentanyl one way or another. It's a very sensitive topic, I will say, in the legislature. What might look like common sense reforms are not that common sense because anything fentanyl related is essentially adding to the penal code, which we don't like to do in California. We have enough things that are illegal. We do our best to try not to add to that list as much as possible, but it's creating an interesting dynamic in the committees of whether or not to pass these laws. But at the same time, you have to be adding, new illegal laws, which is tough to do. So those are kind of the three general themes so far that I'm seeing that I just wanted to make sure that you were aware of. And then we'll kind of finish off on some federal. We're going to switch complete gears. That was all state. We're going to switch complete gears to the federal government really quick. It's very, very different than the state process, right? The federal legislative process is extremely different. I said 2,600 bills at the state level. The federal might have, 3 or 4 dozen this year total, right? I mean, it's just completely different. Now, theirs are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 pages long and can deal with 100, 200 different topics all at once, so they don't have to be individualized. So it's very different. But really quickly, politically, the Democrats do still maintain, obviously, the White House and the Senate. They have a 51-49 vote split in the Senate. The Republicans were able to retake the House with a pretty slim majority right now, 9 or 10 votes, I think, in the House is what they have. So they can't afford to lose too many votes for any of their policy priorities. The major legislative priorities right now in DC are going to be the appropriations process, which is their word for budget process, as well as the debt limit. So right now we're approaching our country's debt limit like we do every time this year. There's going to have to be negotiations between all the parties to figure out how to raise that limit while passing a budget at the same time. I imagine they're going to be very closely related in negotiations. But I did want to mention that on the community project funding side, which is their new way of saying earmarks, this is the same process. We were able to get the $2 million for Pebble Beach Road last year. We did submit 2 projects to Congressman Garcia's office for his consideration. That's the Cabrillo Mole Phase 2 and the Pebble Beach landfill. I don't think the road should be on there, apologies, but Pebble Beach landfill and the Cabrillo Mole Phase 2 are the 2 projects we submitted. So we should be hearing back at least of what the congressman chose for his package in the next couple weeks. And then from there, it's going to be a long, drawn-out fight at the federal government to be able to make sure it stays inside the appropriations bills. And it's very possible we won't know the outcome of this until, December, January of next year. It's very likely. So it could be a very long process. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but right now we're where we need to be in terms of that submittal. And with that, I am happy. I know that was a lot. I'm happy to answer any questions about anything I presented on or anything at the state and federal government. I did want to mention we also work with the city on grant applications and funding applications. So we have submitted some successful ones lately, or successfully submitted some applications, I should say. So happy to talk about anything you'd like.
Council questions? Lisa? Wow. I think we're good. Does the audience have any questions? No?
I'd just like to publicly thank Eric and Townsend for everything they have done for us and continue to do for us, and they keep reaching out to do more. So it's very much appreciated, all his help today. He's been here all day today with the assembly member, and it's much appreciated. So thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Safe travels home. And now we have a presentation by the Tarzana Treatment Center. And our own Tessa. So we were in a phone conversation with Edison yesterday, and Bo White was in which was amazing. Hadn't seen him in a long time, and he's working as a contractor on some project, but anyway, it was neat to see him.
Hi, Mayor Marshall and council members. Y'all know me, but my name's Tessa Hernandez, and I'm coming as an associate clinical social worker now and a substance use disorder counselor with Tarzana Treatment. So I'm very excited to have the privilege of serving my community, as y'all can relate to, as you do every day. So I'm going to actually introduce Dean. This is our Catalina Pilot Program team, and he's going to explain services we're providing here.
Great. Whoops.
Hi, my name is Dane Jones. I am the Senior Supervisor of Tarzana Treatment Centers in our Long Beach region. So I'm involved with overseeing our residential that's in Long Beach, our outpatient that's in Long Beach, the pilot here in Catalina, and then we also are part of the MLK Hospital group that's brand new to the central Los Angeles area. But here we are focusing on substance abuse counseling at an outpatient level of care. And there were definitely a few things mentioned here in this meeting earlier that I think that we could be of service to. So, part of what we are trying to do is get more connected to, city city resources, city needs, things like that. I know that there were some items that were mentioned by our sheriff's officer earlier that I think that we could definitely be of service to. So we treat substance use disorders. Our other programs, we do have mental health, we do have detox, we do have residential. We have many different things like that, but here it's strictly substance abuse. We are operating right now 1 day per week with substance abuse counseling and substance abuse education and process groups. But we are looking to continue to grow that and continue to increase our base of services and things like that. So, Tarzana is a very unique company in the fact that we have health educators, we have many different resources at our disposal, and we're all throughout the county of Los Angeles. So if there are needs, to educate in different, areas of Avalon, we'd be happy to fulfill those sorts of needs. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Elizabeth Gastelum, who's our program coordinator. Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, so my name's Elizabeth. I'm the Tarzana Treatment Center's program coordinator. I've been working for Catalina Pilot for 3 years, so we've been on the island for 3 years. I'm very happy to serve this community. I've grown to learn a lot about your community, and I love it. And I'm very happy to finally have a resident of Catalina on our team. So I do wanted to say that, like Dane mentioned, we do focus on substance use treatment here at an outpatient setting, but in the event that any patient needs outside services or higher level cares, we do facilitate in transitioning that from here to the mainland. But yeah, so we just wanted to spread the word. We're here, we're located on ACC at the Teen Center. We will be doing multiple outreach around the community just to, so the residents can be aware that we're here and be of assistance. So yeah, I mean, any questions?
Was there a stop in service for one time? I know you've been here 3 years, but
There wasn't a stop of services. It's just in this field it's so hard to get an applicable candidate.
Right,
and
right.
Finally we found one,
Yes,
so
yes.
there wasn't a stop of services, but we did, we slowed down quite a bit.
Yes, okay, okay. And before it was more than 1 day a week, correct?
Yes, it was 3 days out of the week.
Right,
Now
okay.
we're down to one, and then eventually we'll expand over time.
As it grows?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Okay, and so you say you have outpatient residential, so residential, that means if somebody needs to go for 30, 60, 90 days, whatever, that's available, and that's just across the pond?
Yes, correct. That is in our Long Beach site.
Okay, and pardon my ignorance, what is RBH housing?
RBH is Recovery Bridge Housing. It's like sober living. So for individuals that are experiencing homelessness and substance use, we're able to facilitate temporary housing for 3 to 6 months. So that's available to them too.
And go ahead. No, please.
Okay. For the mental health services, I'm sure everyone's gonna need them, but right, we all do need it. But Tessa's doing her absolute best with us, and I love you for doing everything you're doing, but I don't want to put everything on her shoulders. If we do need more permanent booths here, is it something that we have to do to reach out to the county to get funding for that, or can Eric help us with that? How could we make that like a permanent thing to get like counseling here?
Here for mental health, that would be, because right now we're only doing substance use here. If in the event that they do need mental health, we can facilitate via telehealth. So
far,
phone,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess how could we get that started?
Just come by and I'll
Yeah,
assist you.
or I guess like partnering with the school to offer it to the kids.
Yeah, we do want to work with the schools. We do work with youth from 13 up to 17. So we do want to go out to the schools and do like outreach and kind of educate the kids on substance use and ways to prevent it. So we do want to get connected with that.
Okay, awesome. So it is something that we're looking forward to.
Yes,
Okay.
of course.
Great,
But
thank you.
Yesenia, you're thinking more along the lines of anxiety, depression, that kind of mental
That
health?
kind of counseling, yeah.
Yeah, there's just in the United States in general.
Right,
there's
that's what I meant.
A
Of course.
lot. So, yeah, as far as I know, we are kind of lacking. There's a little bit of that available, but, we could sure use more. So if Tarzana can help fill in some gaps there, that would be great. And what she's saying is, how can we help facilitate Tarzana to get to that?
Definitely, like just sending over referrals, and we're able to take it from there. I can provide you with my business card, and then you can always contact me or Dane or Tessa, and then we can take it, take it from there.
Okay, sounds like a great group project, all of us.
Yeah, definitely.
And that would be telehealth, you're saying?
For mental health services, yes. For substance use, it would be, or outpatient, it would be at the ACC, yeah.
Okay.
And Tessa, do you know, they are providing some mental health services up at the hospital, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, that's, okay.
That's why I was saying there's some, but, we can always use more.
Well, it'll be interesting when when the clinic hospital gets done with their survey, because that's one of the questions, what are the needs and blah, blah. And I couldn't speak specifically to who needed what, age group wise and whatever, but if they start getting this input from the community on those surveys, that's going to be helpful to everyone. Right. Good.
Also, just to add to that, in speaking with Emma Figueroa at the school, the principal, we're the only we're the only middle school and high school that do not have an on-site mental health specialist. Every other one in Long Beach Unified does currently. And so knowing that that's the case, perhaps there's some kind of partnership that can also be struck with Tarzana and Long Beach Unified, if you're someone that's trusted in the community, to be able to fill that position on site as well as with telehealth. I think that's part of what they're looking for as well too. So in trying to go after that and seek that out, it may be beneficial to have that conversation now.
I know I mentioned it earlier, and it's a little off of Tarzana, but is there anything we can do to reach out to the LBUSD rep, Doug, to push for this? I mean, just, it doesn't seem fair that we don't have those resources.
We could certainly reach out.
Yeah,
and
just
see.
any push we can do.
Absolutely.
There was it last year, Lisa, or the year before? It was like we started talking about going to the school board meetings once a month.
Yeah, I attended the school board meetings last year and was trying to get back into them this year and just have not yet, but need to. We do get mentioned occasionally and brought up during the reports of those board members. But I also think it's time to have him come over and request a visit as well. So I know that's it's outside of our purview in terms of what we can actually enact and do on campus, but ensuring that residents of all ages are able to gain access to mental health services and feel like they're supported does impact the entire community. So I think it's worth us kind of overstepping that line and saying, let's make sure that this is happening.
Sure. Okay. Dean, did you?
I was just going to say, if there is such a need like that, that's definitely something that can be discussed. Tarzana has a history of, if there's a need for something, we'll find a way to provide the services. And that's one of the things that I love about Tarzana Treatment Center so much. So if that is a need, I'm sure that there's a possibility of finding a contractual agreement to be integrated into that system. I know if there's a will, there's a way. So I'm highly confident.
No, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
100%. Thank you.
Yeah.
So this kind of situation isn't based on, okay, what's your population? What are your demographics?
Right,
It's just, hey, call us and tell us you got a need, it's really nice.
That's good.
Well, thank you. Anything else? Okay, well, we'll hope to see you again soon.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, we'll go to the consent calendar.
Okay. First item on the consent calendar is seeking approval of the minutes from March 21st, 2023 regular council meeting. Item 2, we have warrants. Approved total expenditures for March 13th, 2023 through March 24th, 2023, totaling $779,767.79. Our ongoing findings to continue to hold remote teleconference virtual city council meetings pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. Ask council to reconsider the circumstances of COVID-19 state of emergency as proclaimed by the governor and COVID-19's continued impact, and determine that state or local officials have imposed or recommended measures to promote social distancing in connection with COVID-19, and as such, that continuing to utilize the protections of Assembly Bill 361 will protect the health and safety of attendees. Item 4, authorize city staff to publish a request for proposal for consultant services to conduct a community income survey. Item 5, authorize city staff to solicit requests for proposals to provide professional auditing services for fiscal years ending June 30th, 2023, 2024, and 2025. Item 6, it's that time of the year to for the 4th of July barge, authorize the city manager or his designee to execute a contract, an agreement with Curtis Maritime for barge services during the 2023 4th of July City of Avalon fireworks display for not to exceed sum of $30,000. Item 7, authorize the city manager or his designee to execute an agreement with Garden State Fireworks, Inc. to provide the fireworks show on the 4th of July. And finally, item number 8, a special permit for a vending machine located at 112 Catalina Avenue. 1, authorize the issuance of a special permit to Avalon Liquor to offer a vending machine outside its retail location but within its property line at 112 Catalina Avenue. Delegate authority to the city manager to approve special permit for amusement, vending, or service machines offered to the public.
Just a couple questions or a comment. When you were discussing the income survey earlier today.
Yes.
You made a comment about, I don't know how you said it. It made it sound like we need local people to help to do that income survey. Is that what you meant in the comment you made?
I think in order to get the accurate numbers that we as a city need, because a number of different factors, I believe, went into that our current income survey or a more global county income survey is not truly reflective of our city. Right. And in order to be competitive in the grants that we seek, there's a number of different criteria each granting agency looks for. So we need to make sure that we're inclusive of all those and almost have a boots on the ground approach to get an accurate income survey of having. And I think the last time we did this, which was 2015, 2016, that's what happened, is that they had folks actually on the ground and even local help and assistance in going almost door to door in order to get that survey completed.
And that's exactly, I mean, because the census was done with people from the mainland, and that's not helpful. They were all, I don't think they hired anybody local. And so, yeah, that would be, in this income survey, I hope they would include a number of people to do that.
So they're literally going to go door to door and ask people how much they make,
That's
what their household income is?
Well, they have a survey that they'll ask. I mean, it'll be a number of questions
Between
that'll get
this
to
and
that
that?
point.
Okay.
Yes, for us to get an accurate reflection.
Okay, and so our kind of desired outcome is this, to change our designation to a disadvantaged community?
Not really. It's to get a more accurate reflection rather than us having to use LA County, for example, LA
Right.
County survey numbers when we're applying for grants, that's our income because we are in LA County, which are not accurate. I mean, there's a significant,
Right.
almost a 20% variance between what ours is and what theirs is, and we knew that.
Right.
And that's what the last survey reflected in 2015 that we had, so.
And so does that feed into those designations, disadvantaged community? Because I know that a lot depends on
It could.
that designation as well.
Yeah, it could. I just don't know, it could lead to that level, but it leads to, our requests and our needs and whether our needs actually match what we're asking for, because I think there's a misconception about
Absolutely.
Avalon
Absolutely.
and the income levels here.
Yeah.
So we need to have the data and the backup, so when we get questioned on it, we can say, here's why we believe it is, and we have a professional study that's been done and a survey that's been done that we can support.
Okay.
So I think I can add to that. For example, we'll get asked from the agency that we're applying for a grant, like to use EnviroScan. So it's some system, and Avalon's not included in that system. So what they'll say is sometimes you can actually have a survey, and as long as we use the criteria that EnviroScan's doing, then we can use that survey. So it allows us to get those grants and have access to those grants that, it doesn't fit that red tape of that one type of data. Okay, so that's what we're trying to fill that gap.
Okay.
Thanks, and Eric's.
Not to add on, apologies, but just to be black and white, there are grants that say if you're not disadvantaged, you do not qualify. And we are not disadvantaged based on the state's criteria, but this income survey sometimes is accepted as a supplemental methodology of justification, in which case it does say we are disadvantaged. So it's pretty important in terms of figuring out whether or not we are, applying for certain grants.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I'd like to pull item 8 for discussion, but what do y'all want to do with the others?
I'll move to approve items 1 through 7.
I'll
And
second.
then just with it, okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember Lavelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Okay, item number 8. I have is somebody here from 112 Catalina Avenue, Avalon Liquor?
We have Ernesto Delamorella
Oh,
on
hi, okay.
the Zoom meeting.
Hi there, Ernesto.
Hi, nice to meet you, everyone.
You too.
Thank you a lot for the time that you're taking to review this stuff. I know that many of you doesn't know me. I am co-partner with the owner of Avalon Liquor, and I am co-owner as well. And I am speaking in behalf of them, and I'm really, really thank you about the time you're taking to review this issue.
Okay, well, yes, thank you. So I have a couple questions.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. First of all, you're not going to be putting alcohol in your vending machine, correct?
No, the
Okay.
vending machine is specifically because the last 2 seasons that I have been in the island, we have noticed that after the hours we close,
Right.
there are still people, especially because we are next door to the bar. There are people that are still looking for Frito-Lay, electrolyte, or chocolates, or some snacks. Sometimes there is not enough profit to pay someone to stay open more late than the hours that we are still being open. But maybe a vending machine can satisfy that kind of request, especially talking about the little chips or the little snacks that people may be looking for.
Right.
And we can have some that kind of products there.
Okay. I have a problem, I think, with lighters in there because a kid couldn't go up and buy a lighter, and I don't think you can buy a lighter at any age. So I would,
Okay.
I want you to back away from the lighters. Little curious about antacids and Tums and stuff. Can kids get their hands on those? And I don't know if there's any damage to antacids or Tums, but I'd just be concerned, like if you're going to say, okay, now you're going to have a hangover, so we're going to put the hangover remedy in that thing. I don't think that's what we want to see in there. That's not what I want to see in there anyway. Just a comment.
Okay.
And then I have a question. Why, the delivery of alcohol? So you want to deliver alcohol to people's homes or hotel rooms? Is that what you're thinking?
According to the law of ABC in 2020 with the COVID, they allow some business to deliver alcohol as long as we respect the same request that ABC does. So what we are offering to the city is to have like a little database about the IDs because we don't want to have any trouble with the ABC or either California as well. But just to have like, for example, sometimes in hotels or wherever they are far away from the main city and we can have some of our products being delivered there. We can validate or send someone that can validate the proper IDs and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's always following the rules about the ABC.
What time of night do you close, and do you know at what time the other liquor store closes? Do they have to close by 12?
Normally speaking, in the high season, both of us close at midnight. And most of the days, I think only Monday and Tuesday we don't close at midnight. We close something between 10 o'clock. But the rest of the days are midnight. And the thing is, for example, the morning club that is next door to us, they still being open till 2 a.m.
Right.
And some of the people that go there, most of them like to have some chips or some stuff that want to have a little snack before going to bed. Right. So we can take out the Toms or whatever you don't think that you can match to the island side.
Just anything.
But at the end of the day, we want to offer some of the products as far as we can gather that kind of market.
Okay, then I have another question, and I'm sorry, and y'all can pipe in too. So I walk out of the Marlin Club at 5 to 2. I could call you at 11:55, and you could deliver a couple of bottles of booze to my house? What do you think?
Well, no, because the ABC states that for our kind of licensing, we have to stop at midnight. But we can deliver through, for example, 9 to 10, when the taxis stop, for example, for holidaying, or in a Saturday or Sunday that some people won't go down the town, for example.
Right.
So you would stop delivering alcohol when the taxis stop running, and if you could find some other way to deliver it, you would definitely stop by midnight as per the ABC instructions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Anybody have a comment?
I would just feel more comfortable making a decision on this if he had all of those details down for us to review.
All the ABC stuff?
And the times that he's gonna open and close and deliver, and what's not gonna go in there, what is gonna go in the vending machine.
I mean, and again, I'm not saying it can't be open for discussion, but just, I included the delivery as background, but we administratively approved the delivery modification to the business license. Kind of how this came to a staff report when I was looking to modify the business license to include the vending machine, is where going to the municipal code to see what the charge would be for a vending machine, is where I identified the language regarding the special permit required for the vending machine specifically. We administratively did approve the delivery, provided they follow the requirements that the ABC sets forth as far as delivery of alcohol. Not saying it can't be revisited or discussed, but we did administratively approve the delivery aspect of the request, and the staff report was specific to the vending machine, given the language in the municipal code.
Well, 1875 is absolutely nothing.
Right?
Number one. And if we're going to be talking about autoettes and golf carts and regulating anybody else, what's going to keep everybody who's got a little piece of storefront to put a vending machine in and say, I'm going to carry this, and we got the kid now with his cart that's got all the ice cream and all of that stuff down there, and that's a legitimate thing through our program, as far as I know, I understand. I'm not real excited about it. I know you already approved it. I'm not. Or then do we have to say, okay, let's look at this for a year, let him come back because it's already been approved?
The vending machine has not been approved.
Just the delivery.
Just the delivery, which, see, to me is the worst part. I mean, or the part that I like the least, I think. I just think another way to get booze. It's kind of, sorry, if a place closes at 10 and you're out of booze for the day, you're out of booze.
Well, that part is separate than when they close at 10. He wants the vending machine because they close at 10 and people still want chips and all that kind of stuff.
Right. And
so the booze delivery thing was just something else.
As a matter of fact, for the vending machine, we're not talking about anything that has to be a violation of the law because, for example, if I sell cigarettes or if I sell alcohol, there is a request under the California law for me to have a licensing that I need to have a presentation of an ID where the people have over 21 years or at least 21 for me to sell them. So I don't want to put that stuff in the vending machine because that's getting trouble for me. Even though it is an amazing business, we don't want to have any trouble with California law. And we don't want to misrespect the city as well. In the first of all, we'll leave about because the city is allowing us to make business. So we don't want to have any trouble about that side. We're seeing more like, for example, chocolates.
I understand.
Frito-Lay, that is basically chips. Maybe some water, some Coke. Well, electrolyte, that is essentially speaking a Pedialyte in some flavors. All that stuff, mostly, we can take out the lighters and all that stuff. We don't really care about that. We have been noticing that there is a need after the time we close for people that are like drinking to have something like kind of a snack. And we're more looking for snacks.
I totally understand. I totally got that part. So I appreciate the fact that you'll take away the lighters and anything that looks like a medication or a something.
So when you deliver alcohol, do you, before you hand it over, do you card the person? Do you make sure that they're 21?
That's what he's saying, yeah.
Well, the thing is that normally speaking, for example, for a delivery, we are going to take the order. We're going to send someone from the store that is working for us. He has to see that there is a physical ID because that's the rules of the ABC. Okay. We can even take a picture and have a little database for the city because we don't have any problem with that. We don't want to have any trouble. Okay. But the idea is just to follow the people that sometimes they cannot go down to the town to send them something.
Sure, they're already drunk and they can't drive. Just kidding. April Fools. April Fools.
Hold on one sec. Hold on. We have Yolanda.
Hi, Yolanda Say. I'm just listening to this, and it's funny because we get a lot of requests from people at the hotel that actually want to send a bottle of champagne for a wedding or a birthday, and I actually did that last year, sending a bottle of champagne to someone that got engaged in Nashville. And I was able to call a liquor store, and the hotel recommended, and they go through a whole process, so it's like vetted. And it actually, to me, could be, I remember Abe's did it back when my grandparents were still alive and they had alcohol delivered all the time, but I don't know how it went then. But I think that this could be a good service for a delivery for stuff like that, snacks and stuff for, I know for the hotel business, because we get that all the time. And as long as it's vetted, I mean, I don't like encourage like tons of alcohol, of course, you know, we have 1 square mile, but it is a service that I think we would use. And the taxis, I think, only go till 10 now anyways, and as far as a vending machine, I'm just sitting here and I'm listening to this. I know when I did night audit during COVID, a lot of my calls at 2 in the morning were, bring me water, bring me, you know, because they just got back from having fun in the bars and now they want water and stuff. And if they are coming out of the bars and there's no vending machines in town and everything's closed, and I mean, if they can see it and, you know, get their own water instead of having, you know, I mean, it could be a good thing. I don't think it would hurt, and they're actually coming and doing it the proper way, wanting to come in front and get the correct permits and stuff. I think it wouldn't hurt.
Well, I appreciate those comments. Those are very nice. Okay.
I just Googled how Instacart delivers their alcohol, and it says that the person who's delivering has like an app that scans the ID front and back. So I just want to maybe like a business plan, business hours for me to feel comfortable with the delivering of alcohol. I just want to be like, yeah, go ahead.
But that part's already been approved.
Already approved.
Oh.
That's not what we're discussing.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Matt said it can come back to discussion, so.
That can always come back. That can always come back.
We're totally open to whatever you need. No problem.
Yeah, I just don't want any, like, underage drinking, us to, like, be enabling that. That's what I don't want.
All right. So, and
But right now, it's about the vending machine, which I have no problem with approving the vending machine.
And we
Because
could just.
I understand that, granted, I don't go out that often, but when you do walk out and there's no place to go get that snack, it would be nice to be able to walk over there and not have to go to the mall or to my laundry room that has a vending. Yeah, it would. Yeah.
Okay.
But so Annie, we could make a condition to this saying, okay, the vending machines can only contain snacks, nothing, no lighters, nothing outside of the area of snacks and beverages, non-alcoholic beverages.
Right.
So that then we wouldn't have to worry about, Tums or lighters or whatever else.
Right, whatever might come out there.
I would argue that Tums can totally be fine in there. People can purchase them at any grocery store or liquor store. And the number of people out drinking that ask for antacids is not that small. So
I agree.
I feel like that's actually a service, and Leo's closes way early. So the other thing I was going to ask about was just the aesthetic of the vending machine. That it could be, I don't know if we can make it a requirement of approval, but just that it be presentable. That's a main thoroughfare in town. It's a space that is facing the public all the time. If we could just ensure that it is properly kept and clean each day, that would be something that I would want to either see be reviewed on a semi-annual or annual basis, just to make sure there's no issues with that, that it's in proper working condition and aesthetically is pleasing.
But they're already out there, Lisa. Have you been buying there and seen it? I believe you have an ATM next to it too, right?
Yeah, I was surprised to see it and thought it could also be dressed up slightly a little bit better too, so.
Yeah.
Whose ATM is it?
I believe it's yours too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you approve that somehow administratively, the ATM?
That's whether or not that came through or not. I don't know. I don't know that qualifies as a vending machine, but.
Oh, anybody can put an ATM on the property?
Well, the point was that before I asked back in 2021, Avalon Liquor had an ATM before, and legally speaking, it's not vending because we're not vending the money, so it's not vending machine. So the only thing that I did is I put it outside because it didn't have any space. So
we may need to look at this. I mean, because if it's on city property, we need an encroachment permit for this.
Right. It's not.
Okay.
I was gonna say, we did have city staff look, and the current location is on the private property, and so that's why we tried to specify that in the staff report as well.
And so since it's a sleepy little town, you're not concerned about theft like they do on the mainland? They rip them right out of walls and everything?
Where are they going to go with that?
Well, that's
right. When's the next boat? This thing's getting heavy.
And you have posted on there in case their money gets ripped off, they can call somebody 24 hours a day to get their money back?
Normally we're hiring a company that they give us the service. So anything that may happen during the night that we are not open, they can do the service or even send us a report. Nowadays, for example, as well, we have a company that is helping us to have service through Facebook and through Google Maps. So whenever they send any kind of question, we are noticed and we can answer back as well.
So the vehicle to refund money, or do you figure if it
should be? They have a little phone number. You can call back. They make a little number of ticket, and that ticket can be processed next day.
Okay. I just know my husband helps out with, what's her name's little photo booth, and they call whenever they want to, well, they close it down at a certain time, but they call him and he has to run and give them their $5. So, okay. So how did you come up with the license? This is not for you, I'm sorry. The license tax of $18.75 per year.
The license tax portion is what's currently in our municipal code. And my understanding, because it's a tax, if we were to change that, it'd have to go to the voters. So the 1875 has probably been in there, I'm guessing, since the 90s, possibly longer. But it's the same section of the code where we have our transient rental license of $53.50, where $12.50 of that is a tax. It's the same standard for most service businesses in town. It's a $93.75 tax on the business. But that's all driven by the municipal code. So again, when I was looking to figure out what to charge Ernesto and Avalon Liquor is where I came across the language specific to vending machines, and given that language, drafted the staff report, and kind of that's how we came here today. But I did some research, and the last time we discussed vending machines that I could find at least was 1982.
Wow.
So
moving forward, we could change the language and call it a permit.
Well, then that was why the second piece of it was to, if council's interested, is to give the city manager authority to approve the vending machine approval administratively, so we wouldn't necessarily have to bring every vending machine to city council.
Right.
But, again, if that wasn't council's direction, we could bring vending machines back to council.
Maybe sometime in general we do. I don't know how many we have, but because now, again, I'm not trying to be too facetious, but what if Linda Board now wants to put one in front of her place and everybody in town wants to put one in front of their place? Are we going to go, okay?
I mean, that would be something we could discuss.
Okay. It's something that should be discussed, because it's kind of like, okay, we're going to limit the number of cars, so everybody goes out and buys a car, so now we're going to limit the number. So we talk about vending machines, everybody's going to come and say, well, they got one, I want one. I don't know, might not be a problem.
I don't see them doing it as a big profit. I see them doing it as a service to the community. I don't see anybody going out and getting a vending machine to bring it here that's going to make any difference to their bottom line.
No comment to that. Okay, so you could put one out in front of the house next door to the hotel?
I can't. There's not space. It'd be on public property. I wouldn't want to do that.
Oh, is it?
And so, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way this is written, Matt, you just put in the additional license tax of $18.75 per year. That's just a reference thing, because up above, in the recommended actions, it's authorizing issuance of a special permit.
Correct.
So we're going to go down that road, and you were just referencing.
I was just referencing the section of the code where it specifies that a vending machine would need a special permit. And I think there's even language in there that says the service machine, there's no additional charge, just that it requires a special permit from council. And so really I just wanted to put that language in there just to justify or explain why we're bringing this item before council. But the 1875, I think, is for the amusement machine. I'd have to read the
Right, it doesn't
language
even
again.
apply to this.
So that wouldn't apply, so there wouldn't necessarily be an additional. Avalon Liquor has a business license, and then as part of that business license, there are taxes associated with it based on the nature of items in its business. But based on the Muni code, there wouldn't be an additional tax for a vending machine. Now, if you only had a vending machine and that was your only business, then yes, there would be a business tax. But for a vending machine that's part of a business, it's included in the business, if you will.
Are we going to attach a price tag to this special permit?
Well, we don't currently have a special vending permit,
Right.
so there wouldn't be anything for, at least in this instance, that I feel we could charge. But when we do bring the miscellaneous fee schedule, which we'll bring before June 30th, we could look to add a special permit fee that would be something that would be an annual renewal type thing that we could look to add to that schedule. Again, when it's a fee, though, there'd have to be some cost that's borne by the city that would justify charging it. Otherwise, it would be a tax, and there's a whole other set of requirements that would apply then.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Is there any comments, Patty?
I've received no comments.
Okay. Council, what's your pleasure?
I would authorize the issuance of a special permit to Avalon Liquor to offer a vending machine outside its retail location, but within its property line on 112 Catalina Avenue, and delegate authority to the city manager to approve special permits for amusement vending or service machines offered to the public.
I'll second.
Okay, call for the vote.
Councilmember De La Rosa?
Aye.
Councilmember LaBelle?
Aye.
Councilmember Schickling?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Ponce?
Aye.
Mayor Marshall?
Aye. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Really thank you for the time.
Yes.
Don't forget to clean it.
And oh, I can show some pictures. 6 months. It's gonna be so clean. So
Thank you. Thanks.
thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Bye bye.
You ready for general business?
Yes, please.
So item 9, general business, discussion regarding guided golf cart tours and provide direction to staff. Devin, did you want to present the staff report?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Devin Hart. I'm a management analyst. This item appears on the agenda at the request of a member of the City Council. They would like to discuss guided golf cart tours and potentially provide direction to staff. At this time, there are 3 guided golf cart tour businesses operating in the city of Avalon. These businesses utilize a combination of residential autoettes and commercial autoette permits to operate. Catalina Island Golf Cart Tours has a total of 3 autoettes. 2 of them are residential, 1 is commercial. Avalon Local Tour has the same operation. They have 3 total autoettes, 2 residential, 1 commercial. And then Catalina Island Golf Cart Tours, which was approved just this past February, has 1 autoette. It's a residential autoette that they utilize. Catalina Island, just for note, Catalina Island Golf Cart Tours does have a business license, but their approval, since it just barely occurred in February, they haven't begun operations yet, and they haven't started reporting back any admin tax or anything like that at this time. The process by which guided golf cart tours permits is granted is through our transportation permit process. Transportation permits are permits that are required for any business that operates a passenger for hire type business. So any taxi or tour company is required to have a transportation permit. Transportation permits are the ultimate authority in granting a transportation permit is granted by the City Council. And to make that granting, the City Council has to make affirmative findings that are outlined in the municipal code regarding each business's operation. And those findings are basically that the applicant has demonstrated that they need the requested vehicle, that it's appropriate for its intended use, that it's not going to have a bad impact on traffic or well-being of the traffic in town or congestion, and that the size and nature of the streets in Avalon can accommodate this vehicle, and that there's no other suitable vehicle that would be applicable. The municipal code allows a single a single residential autoette per dwelling unit, and it also allows for a single commercial autoette per business license. So in that way, the municipal code via our vehicle code already kind of has restrictions on the number of vehicles. Since the issuance of the first transportation permit associated with guided golf cart tours that's identified here in 2020, there have been 0 golf cart tour accidents with any of our tour operators. We also we've never observed any of the operators acting outside of the regulations within the municipal code. We've never seen any vehicles on Front Street or anything like that. Just in contrast, rental golf carts, for this same time period, we've had over 40 rental golf cart accidents, some of them resulting in medical evacuation from the island. We find that the guided golf cart tours are a great, safe alternative to visitors renting their own vehicle, because the guided tours are led by individuals that are familiar with the layout of town and the regular operation of a golf cart. I also just wanted to give you guys a couple of other numbers. At this moment, there are about 198 total commercial autoette permits. 60 of those are for rental autoettes, and the remaining 138 are just for other businesses doing operations in town.
Say that again, 60 or what?
Rental autoettes.
Between those 2 places, there's only 60?
60 autoette permits. There's different configurations or different permits associated with some of those vehicles. So I know one operation has blue stickers that they have grandfathered in that they put on their vehicles.
Right,
So
okay.
there's 60 rental autoette stickers on those vehicles.
But there's a total of about 120 that are out rented between the blue stickered ones and the commercial ones. Between Whitaker and Wilson, what are those numbers?
I believe it's actually closer to 70 total.
70, okay.
Total for both businesses.
Okay.
But
Yeah, okay.
That still seems awfully low.
And I think there's more, yeah. But anyway, that's beside the point. Okay, so what is the, I don't know who brought this up, what's the discussion?
Yeah.
So I brought this up only because we had gotten a few of them in the last year and a half or so, that I wanted to just ensure, one, that we weren't over permitting the number of businesses starting this type of business. Two, to have the discussion regarding residential autoettes that are already here, and commercial autoettes that people may be adding to congestion, regarding that, the approval of them with the finding that they wouldn't negatively impact congestion. I'm just wondering if there's something we need to be discussing regarding that, if we want to limit the overall number of businesses that are offering those types of services, or if we're okay with keeping them going at the rate they're going and having them going. I do appreciate, Devin, the stats that you pulled regarding safety and incidents, and part of where my head went after Devin and I had a conversation earlier this week was just in talking about looking at if we need to be actually actively endorsing businesses like this, and trying to move away from rental autoettes overall at some point. But on topic for tonight, just discussing if we feel the need to say that these businesses should only be starting with a single residential and that they not be permitted to add a secondary autoette for commercial purposes due to congestion, or if we're okay with that.
Well, I remember one that came up before us recently said that their golf cart had, two of them had off-street parking. Right, Sarah, wasn't that you? Two of them?
The commercial ones have to have off-street.
Right, but I don't understand how does they have two residential autoettes and one commercial if there's only one allowed per address?
Yeah, one residential autoette is permitted per address. So in one instance, the operator uses their personal vehicle and one of their employees uses their vehicle.
Oh, got it.
And in the other instance, they're property owner, so they use their personal vehicle, and then they have a property that's unrented that they associate the vehicle with.
Oh, okay. All right, so that part makes sense. Go ahead.
Come on, Yoli.
Hi, Yolanda Say. As I appreciate your concerns, Councilwoman Lavelle, I am very happy with the golf cart company because our guests have a hard time renting golf carts because they're always sold out, for one, so they're able to utilize the tour company and get a great experience. It's safe. I haven't seen like her statistics are with accidents and drinking and driving. They have a person that's guiding the whole tour. The one thing that did bother me was, is there too many? Well, it's not our problem if there's too many businesses. It's competition. Okay? You can't say is there too many bars in Catalina? We just approved another one. Okay? So we need to focus on, it's competition. Competition's healthy. Okay? I believe that it's a great asset for Catalina because the tour, there's the inland tour from the Conservancy, that is great too, but they're always booked too. We have 1.2 million visitors that come to Catalina. They need these great experiences. And I appreciate that anybody who is out there ready to risk finances and work hard to create great experiences for people the right way, coming to the city, getting permits, getting licensed. We do have a golf cart problem. We do have a vehicle problem. But I think we need to address that. Then we can really see what we really have in the streets and get the ones, I drove up to the Conservancy and I looked at that parking lot. I was like, oh my gosh, there's 1 million vehicles here. Okay, maybe I exaggerated, but oh my gosh. Like, where did this come from, you know? So I think before we start adding things to the municipal code, we need to really figure out what we actually do have on the books and how we can remove some that aren't being used or shouldn't be there. But kudos to people who are doing these golf cart tours, and I don't think we mitigate congestion, we mitigate problems, but to come in here and say, is there too many golf cart companies? There's not enough business. There is a monopoly, and we should not even go there on who's making what money and how much they're making and if there's enough business for one company. Let them figure that out. Just mitigate the safety and the concerns, but that's all I have to say.
Great. And you know what, in defense of the staff, they're working their butts off trying to get a handle on all these
Absolutely. Oh,
vehicles,
yeah.
and they're dealing with some of that up there. And
For years. No, I was giving an example.
I know,
like,
but they're doing,
I see so many, so
They're
I
doing
just, let's not start.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
Yeah.
think until we have a grasp on really what our vehicle situation is,
Yeah.
start adding more restrictions to the municipal code, because
Right.
we can't even enforce the ones we have. And, thank you.
And I just want to say, I understand where Lisa's coming from on it, but I think it's an issue looking for a solution that it's not a problem yet. I just think we keep vigilant as to the tour companies and see how things play out. But it's one of the best ways to see Avalon.
It is, it's an
And it's-
educational experience. It's wonderful.
And not because that I've done a couple of them, but you actually get to meet people and tell them about the town that you love, and it has not caused congestion. It's given people a view of the town, and I think it's great. Right now, it's just a solution that it's not. Yeah, sorry.
Not a problem.
I think I understand why Lisa brought this up. I thought about it before, and I'm also glad that Devin added the statistics, because I think it's not, these all tie in. They all play a part, whether we're not really trying to restrict anything. I think we're just trying to make sure that everything does flow, so we don't need to get to a problem and then try to solve it. You know, we just avoid the problem instead. So that's why I do appreciate Lisa bringing this up. I don't really know how the golf cart logistics work, but is there a cap on that? You know, because, I mean, look at all the accidents happening, and that's kind of, it's not very good. And then,
They're
you know,
limited in their
as a council member,
transportation
we do
permits,
have
I
to think
believe,
about
so
the
yeah.
congestion. So, I mean, it is our responsibility to make sure we don't get to that either. So I think we have a lot of factors that play into this that we do have to consider. I mean,
Yeah.
I would rather do guided golf carts.
When
After looking at those.
When they ever get into these wrecks, do they ever sue the city?
What?
Any of these golf cart accidents, do they ever sue the city? You would know that,
They
Scott.
do, yeah.
Yeah, I think we've had one in my 13 years.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm sorry, I guess I don't see a problem with them at all. They're small, so, you know, if we can have a tour in this town that is a small footprint, you know, instead of that giant general guy, thank God that goes out, but you know what I mean? It's a small vehicle, and they're not adding, they're using ones that are in existence. I mean, they have bought, you know, some new ones here and there, but, you know, but I'm sorry, Lisa, I don't understand.
That's my primary question, I think, in doing this is, I'm perfectly fine with people utilizing their personal residential autoettes that are already here, because they're already here. But if we're clearly all saying that there is a congestion issue, which I think we're mostly all saying, maybe not, would it make sense to say, great, you can use your residential autoette that's already here, but a secondary autoette adding to congestion perhaps doesn't make sense. Or it makes sense if in the future we're replacing one of those with a rental vehicle and pulling a rental vehicle from the pool eventually. I don't think we can do that yet. I'm not saying we do that. I'm not trying to jump on anyone for that.
Right.
But I'm just saying, if we're looking at ways to try to solve this incrementally, or if we can stop issues from happening ahead of time with over congestion, is this something we want to do? Which it sounds like it's not, which is totally fine.
So
But I was just bringing it up for the conversation so that we have the conversation.
Right. Is the congestion issue parking congestion or congestion while they're driving on the street?
Correct. I would argue that right now the primary is driving. That parking they reviewed previously, and it wasn't that, it was at peak amount, but people still complain about parking congestion. They can't park in certain places.
Right.
But I just wonder if we continue to permit commercial autoettes without limit, are we running ourselves into a problem that we could solve by limiting that or by
Okay,
having a
now
max number?
that's a discussion I don't mind having on if we're going to talk about limiting commercial autoettes. But to throw it on to a guided tour, to me, that's two different subjects on this. I wouldn't mind having that discussion on do we limit how many commercial autoettes we have?
Rental or non-rental?
Rental or non-rental?
Right, I agree, they're separate.
They're
separate issues, and yes, I think that the commercial.
Because this tour does not add to congestion. When this tour goes through town, it goes through town very quickly, and on none of the downtown streets, really. It goes up in the hills and then up the canyon, and when you drop them off, you're not allowed to park. So it's not them causing a parking problem. And the commercial vehicles, the ones that have commercial stickers, cannot be parked on city streets overnight. And I do know that the other people that use their personal vehicles park them at home.
Lisa, were you referring to just like people who will apply in the future, and these were just statistics that we're using?
Correct.
Okay, that's right.
So I'm just.
Yeah,
to
I don't
get-
have any issue with the current businesses. They're all doing amazing.
So I'm so confused because I just wasn't sure. So exactly why was it brought? Did somebody call and concerned about congestion or concerned about more vehicles to their business or getting more business?
No, there haven't. This was a part of a conversation that was from a few different applications that came through.
Okay, so
And
like
just
different
looking
ways.
at-
Okay.
Right, no, it has nothing to do with the individual businesses that currently have licenses. They're all doing great. I don't have an issue with them. They're doing wonderfully.
So you're
But
talking
the
about
fact that
new
we've had a
businesses.
Correct. The fact that we've had a number of them apply, that we've been able to do that without issue or problem. And just looking at the fact that some of them already had commercial autoettes and already had residential autoettes. There was no addition to the vehicle pool for those businesses. When you look at, though, if we're going to start approving these for either new residential autoettes that were not here previously and or new commercial autoettes that were not here previously, automatically by adding numbers of vehicles that were not here previously, we're adding to the congestion.
So the problem with commercial autoettes that I've seen for decades is they don't abide by the application process and what they have to comply with when they are granted the permit. So the problem with that is there's no enforcement from the city because we don't have the money or the staff to go around and enforce these issues. If we went around and enforced all the commercial vehicles that I see in front of homes and places that shouldn't be there after certain hours and start maybe fining them or having some sort of consequence for misusing a permit that was granted to them, and they're not complying with what the municipal code states for a commercial permit. So I think there is where we need to start. Then we can start eliminating these ones. But I don't think we need to start putting caps on people trying to open new businesses and do better for themselves and help our community. I think we need to start enforcing what we have on the books. And there are plenty of commercial vehicles that are parked overnight on city streets. And they're misused for personal reasons when they're not supposed to be used to take a child to school, to go to the grocery store, to go out into the interior. We already have something on the book, let's enforce it and stop putting more stuff on it. I'm sorry, but it's just frustrating. We're spinning our wheels.
Okay.
spinning our wheels.
Well,
Let's
to get
enforce
that,
it.
to get that commercial autoet, they had to show that they had off-street parking. The
Yes.
fact that they don't use it,
They don't
yes,
use
it's an,
it, and they don't,
would
and
be,
I'm not, I'm just.
it would be an
it's just-
enforcement issue.
It's a frustrating thing, because we're still,
Yes.
every time, it's the same thing, housing,
Right.
vehicles, parking. Let's start enforcing everything we have on the books, because we can get rid of a bunch of it.
Well,
All right.
we shall see. Okay.
And
Go ahead.
so in these cases too, Lisa, they all, in this particular case, you're talking about golf cart tours. So they all have to come to us for approval. So wouldn't we say, you know, if somebody wanted to come to us and they didn't have a vehicle and they would be adding a vehicle to the street, then we would have the power to deny their permit, right? I mean, so.
Correct. That's a stopgap that we currently have. It was a discussion just to get started because it's happened a few times, to be able to see if that was something we wanted to address. If we were going to make a policy decision to change what we do approve for these, or if we're just going to still do them on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
But it was the tip of a sword in a conversation we keep going round on, so I figured I would add it to the agenda to discuss.
Okay.
Kind of like what happened with the electric bikes. We didn't have any really guidelines to follow, so we got stuck. So I see why you brought this up. It's better to have something than nothing and, be stuck
Right.
into a problem.
Michael, you're going to say something?
Only because the citizens of Paris have just passed a law banning electric scooters.
Scooters or bikes?
Scooters.
Scooters.
Because they're so dangerous. And I could say the same thing about electric bikes. That just came into my mind.
But you know what? There's not the stats yet.
I know.
And yes, until there's, well, I have something that I found in the vehicle thing. Commercial autoet permits. The commercial enterprise is a significant, when they're doing their findings, the commercial enterprise is a significant source of income to the applicant and not a side business or hobby. Well, I know we got one that's a hobby or a side business.
Well, I think that's a really good note. Commercial autoettes aren't given entitlement when an applicant comes in, and if in this case would get a transportation permit, they do have to go before our vehicle hearing officer, who makes that determination if a commercial autoet is needed. And with the transportation permit, obviously, if an applicant comes to you guys and then the vehicle hearing officer. In the case of a regular business owner wanting a vehicle, they go straight to the vehicle hearing officer. So it's not that automatically you get an autoet because you have a business.
I understand. And one of the last ones that we approved, he admitted he wasn't going to be doing it all the time. And he was just kind of holding on to it, so whenever he would want to do that. To me, that is a hobby or a side business, not, anyway.
Yes, ma'am. And you guys didn't give him the commercial autoet. You gave him the residential autoet instead.
Oh, you're so doggone smart. I love you, Devin.
We love Devin.
God, I love those details she comes up with. But were you aware of that? Had you read that before? I thought that was fascinating.
And if I could, the only thing I'd also want to caution council on is, you brought up the electric bikes, and I think that at some point in time when council put a limit on the electric bikes, what you did was created value in the ones that were already existing. And now, where you probably didn't originally think of when you were going to permit a certain number of electric bikes, now there's just the ability to have electric bikes we're selling for upwards of $30,000 just to have that permit. And I think that this could go that same way if you're not careful, if you try to put a limit or cap it without carefully thinking it through, because all the ones that are in existence now, you monetize and put value on them because they're already approved, and I don't think that's the intent either.
It's definitely not, and something that I think I want us to avoid with this. So thank you, Dave, for bringing that up. And I don't know if there's a way to write that into this code to ensure that that does not occur. That
Right.
it is not, we were talking about the ability of transferring versus applications for new and revoking of old, and similar to permits for transient occupancy versus licenses. I think that we need to be very smart about how we do that and what we do with that in this instance.
Right, yeah.
Anyway, I appreciate you guys taking the time to discuss.
Yeah.
and we'll just continue to move forward, it sounds like, as it is right now.
I think all the points made were valid points.
Yes,
And
very
thank
good.
you for bringing it up, Lisa.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. We have.
Okay, so item number 10, Matt is here to give you a presentation of the capital improvement projects and provide direction to staff. I know at previous council meeting, it was brought up whether or not council would have an opportunity to give some insight or recommendations, so hopefully we can have that discussion now.
I just wanted to know, okay, yeah, the MTA is not on the island, right? I see you here. So the question was, do we wanted to do that public hearing and then go, as the last item, to the...
We can do that. We can do, it's after 5, so we can certainly do the item number 11, public hearing.
Yeah.
You must have put that in our files later, right? I only go to 9.
You only go to 9 too.
Well, item number 11 is the TDA Article 8 hearing, which is just open the public hearing.
Oh, okay.
Accept comments from the public and close the public hearing. This is regarding the Metropolitan Transfer Authority is required to hold a public hearing on the community's unmet public transit needs in accordance with Transportation Development Act, Article 8. TDA Article 8 funds are currently being used by the City of Avalon to fund Avalon's Consolidated Land Transportation Program, which includes DAR and fixed routes. So if we could just have that public hearing and open it up and accept
Okay.
comments.
I'll open up the public hearing, and it's nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while.
Yes, very nice seeing you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Marshall and council members, for this opportunity. I appreciate that. This is the annual public hearing to determine the unmet needs of the city, and we would consolidate the comments from all areas, and we will take it to Metro Board for their consideration, and later on to Caltrans in order to have the funds flow to the jurisdictions. Thank you very much. I will open it up to public comments. If there are any, please let me know.
But there typically is not, if you recall.
Yes, there's not. I just wanted to be on record that individuals who didn't have a chance to make a comment today now, they still have time to submit their comments until April 18th of this year, and they could send it to my attention, Armenia Saint, TDA Article 8, to Metropolitan Transportation Authority, MS, Mail Stop 99-4-3, 1 Gateway Plaza, LA, California 90012, or they could send it to my email address, sainta@metro.net until April 18th. So I would close the public comment period. Hearing no comments, and thank you again for your hospitality and allowing me to be part of your council meeting.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes, and we will
Do you
see
mind
you.
if-
We will see
Oh,
you
do you
next
mind if I
year.
add a couple comments, Annie?
Oh, go,
Sorry.
please, Lisa.
Just a few comments on, in terms of additional need, or perhaps even in lieu of need, looking at microtransit and point-to-point service, in addition to or as opposed to fixed routes, may better serve the community. The fixed routes currently, while they offer a great level of service to visitors coming to the island, a great number of whom are LA County residents, does not necessarily serve well the population living on the island full-time. And so being able to add an additional program, or perhaps utilize some of those funds for a point-to-point service, would be of assistance. And then also looking at just the ability with Metro and Caltrans to look at routes that are commonly accepted as public right-of-ways, and see if they would be willing to look at how those are designated for public right-of-ways that go over the ocean and or over private property as well.
I'm not sure, would you like to make this a comment for consideration? Or would you, are you seeking response immediately? Because if it's a comment, it would go into the comment file and it would be considered. And I would appreciate if you make it a written comment to send it to me. If you want a immediate response, if it's just you're curious about that, I could tell you that we looked at that possibility of having a transportation that will go through, and then we find out that all the route, unless things changed in last year, but all the routes are part of privately owned. And so we can't have a public transportation on a privately owned land unless we have come up with special arrangements with the owner of the land. So that is what the problem was we encountered.
Okay, I'll definitely file it as public comment, but also if we can maybe have that conversation offline, if you can repeat your email for me regarding what type of agreement would be needed for that, and see if there's openness to that discussion still.
Absolutely. I work with Audra McDonald from the city. We explored that ourselves, and she was kind enough to take me through the route to explore that. As far as microtransit is concerned, we can definitely explore that on the side to see what are the possibilities of having microtransit in your city. Great. That's also something that I can explore. My email address is sainta@metro.net.
Perfect, thank you.
If this would be you as an individual making a comment to.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Great comments, Lisa. Okay, we will close the public hearing.
Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day.
You too.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, back to item number 10, capital improvement project discussion.
Good evening, council. At the last council meeting, we discussed kind of capital program and our plan to discuss it as part of kind of our scheduled budget presentations. But upon further reflection, really we have that pretty late in our budget building process. And by that I mean a lot of times we've already kind of programmed out what we're planning as far as spending in the next budget year. And so I really wanted to kind of add a presentation to the schedule. And this one, the intent's to be more open-ended, and that's really just to solicit feedback from council to identify projects that maybe staff hasn't previously considered and included in the CIP plan, as well as identify projects that maybe weren't captured in some of the studies like the active transportation plan or the recreation master plan. Our intent really with the CIP is for it to be kind of the all-encompassing document of the capital needs of the city, kind of projected out over the next 10 years. And so by capital plan or capital project, we mean anything from land acquisition to purchases of equipment, to the major renovations of existing infrastructure, to potentially new construction, new buildings, things of that nature. And so really the CIP is kind of the planning tool that staff uses to kind of direct what our capital spending and our capital needs are going to be over the next 10 years. And some of the things that we're trying to make sure we're capturing with all the projects is the overall cost, but also a kind of a time frame for when we're looking at potentially starting those projects, as well as a consideration of what the future budget impacts might be on those projects. So there may be situations where we have the ability to finance the construction of a new building, but as we're planning, we need to also make sure that we're going to have the ongoing operating budget to staff that building, to maintain that building in good working order. And so the goal of the CIP document is really to capture all those elements. And so kind of one of the first things that I just wanted to quickly address is how the projects kind of make it into our CIP, and it's really kind of three sources, if you will. And part of that is the department leaders. They identify needs. If we have, say, a fire truck that's 35 years old and is coming to the end of its useful life, the fire chief has identified that project as a priority for his department based on the need of the current, or the condition of the current asset. We also do a lot of formal studies which identify future capital projects or capital needs. So for example, we did the recreation master plan, and within that document there was consideration of a community center, a community pool, but as well as also some smaller projects, including the Lovers Cove Park, skate park improvements, and a lot of those planning documents incorporate surveys from the community as well as input from council and staff. And so a lot of the projects that make its way into our CIP program were originally identified as part of those studies. And then thirdly, just community and council input is how we've identified projects that we put into our CIP. So when we're taking the projects from the CIP and trying to determine what projects are ultimately going to be in the budget for the next fiscal year, some of the things that we're considering is the impact of the project on overall health and safety in the community. Does the project address any current regulatory mandates? So for example, we know that there will be a requirement to transition to electric vehicles at some point, and so we need to factor in those regulatory requirements as we're considering our capital plans. Another factor we always look at is, does the project leverage external funding? So are there grant funds available for the project? And then along with those grant funds, we're also considering, are there any timing constraints that we need to consider? So besides grant funding, permitting's a big factor in a lot of our projects along the water. So for example, with the Green Pier, we did get a 5-year permit to do a lot of the construction on the pier. And given that time constraint, that might accelerate prioritization of when we address things like the Green Pier. And other examples would be the Five Corners project. We really need to complete that project before we can address some other projects within that general project area. Other things always to consider also is just what the added cost is from an operation standpoint. If we're building a new building, are we going to have to staff that building, maintain that building, et cetera? And then also, and I don't mean to have it at the last because it's really at the top, but does it enhance the quality of life for our community and for a wide range of the community members? So this is what the kind of the summary page is. I have zero intention of going through it, but I just wanted to highlight that we do have a list, and these are all the projects that we've, these are all the projects. I'm not asking you to read it.
This could have our names written on there.
I'm not asking you to read it. The intent is to show that the CIP plan is a long list of projects that have been identified, and not every one of those projects has funding planned in the current budget year, but that doesn't mean it's not important that we identify and capture and include that project within the document. And so that's really why I wanted to show that picture. But just as kind of a refresher, each project we have a schedule for it, which identifies who the stakeholders are within the city staff as far as who identified and is responsible for the project. This is a screenshot of, and again, it's not important necessarily to read it, but just to kind of know what you're looking at when you have the capital budget in front of you. And at the top left corner just gives some very basic background information of when the project was identified and who the contact at City Hall is. Then we have a project description, and included in the descriptions is justification and comment. So for example, we are pursuing grant funds for the replacement of our fire engine. And so we note that within the project page in the CIP plan. So that way, if anyone's curious what kind of funding we're pursuing, that type of information is included and available to council and the public in there. Kind of the midsection there is forecasting out what the next 10 years look like. And then below is, have there been any funding sources identified? So for the replacement of a fire engine, We do have, we are pursuing grants, but you can see there's $0 associated. We do collect development impact fees, and to date, we've collected around 20,000, I want to say, for fire-related projects, as well as other development agreements. We've collected some funding from there as well. So I'm going to quickly skip through these, but this is what kind of the project sheet looks like, and this is just more to refamiliarize council with them. I brought this one up as an example because we have a number of new projects that are going to be included in our CIP document that we're going to be sharing with council as part of the budget process this year. This does include some new projects that have been identified where there's a need in the short term to replace them. So Chief has identified self-contained breathing apparatus as a priority for need for his department. That's the equipment they wear when going into a fiery or smoky building situation. And our current SCBAs are scheduled to expire at some point in the near future. They're not cheap, and so what we're looking at right now in the budget is trying to make sure that over the next 2 years, while there's still existing life on those pieces of equipment, that we're setting monies aside for them. We did apply for a assistance to firefighters grant for them, and so that type of information we want to note within the project page. So when you're reviewing the CIP plan in the next month or two, if you have questions on, well, how are we going to pay for it? Are there grants available? Hopefully that information is going to be captured in the schedule, answering those questions for you. And the last one I put in it just as an example is there are some projects we've identified that maybe aren't a high priority for the city, but it's something down the road that a department head or a planning document has identified as something that would be beneficial to the city overall. One of them Chief has identified is a training tower for training firefighters and reserve firefighters on different, you could speak to it better than I could, but different training scenarios, I would assume. So again, those aren't cheap. They might be $500,000, and that might not be a priority in next year's budget. Right. But if it is something that council's identified or staff has identified as a need for the community, it's important it's in the CIP plan. So when we're looking at which grants to pursue, we already have kind of projects that have been identified and discussed with council as priorities for the community. Even though we don't have funding maybe this year or next year, maybe not even in the next 10 years for Chief for his tower, it's important that we're considering that when we're looking at what grants are available to pursue and what our priorities are for spending. So I want to bring this one in as an example of if you have ideas that maybe aren't the highest priority today, but it's things we need to be thinking about as grant opportunities become available. Really, we want to capture those in this document. And that way we can also document how the project was identified, whether it was from the recreation master plan or was it from council input or community input. And so that's what we're trying to do with the CIP document. And so I just wanted to highlight a few slides. So in May, when you do get a more complete picture of our CIP plan, you can look through that document and kind of hopefully have a lot of your questions answered within the document itself.
So everything that is listed here is somehow included in every one of these forms.
Yes. So the goal is every project will have its own project page. Within that project page, there'll be a general timeline of when we're looking to complete the project, if there's any grant funding associated with the project, if there's any ongoing maintenance or operating costs anticipated once the project's completed. All of those types of questions should be answered within the project page. And so it is the goal for every project, even if we're not planning it in the next budget year, to at least be pulling together that information for it.
Cool.
Okay, well, my glasses are working pretty good, actually. And I saw Pump Out Dock, didn't we just complete that?
We did. So I just took a screenshot of the document from last year. So that isn't the new one. And again, I just wanted to use that one as just to illustrate. We do have a lot of projects we've already identified as a city between the planning documents, council input, you know, we are looking though to build out the CIP document even further this year because there are a number of projects that we talk about, but they may not have made its way into the book. And so that's kind of a goal of staff, is to really make sure that the CIP is fully encompassing of all of the capital discussions we have formally and informally at council meetings. And so that's really kind of my presentation. The rest of the slides, what I've done is kind of broken it up by general categories and really wanted to turn it over to council if there's any input or projects maybe we're not thinking about. So for example, for fire and public safety, Chief has already talked about and has built out his vehicle replacement schedule, the fire self-contained breathing apparatuses, an emergency operations center or classroom, a training tower, and just fire station upgrades. And I put an asterisk by projects that were newly identified that weren't necessarily in prior CIP documents. So if there are any fire related, I know that one's kind of specific to Chief and public safety, and he's not here. So we can move on to maybe some more broad topics.
Hey, Matt, is the fire station upgrade just upgrade in general? Is it electrical and utilities? What is that speaking to specifically?
And Chief can speak to it better when we get to that discussion. I believe it was more along the lines of the restrooms within the fire station itself, I guess, are in need of some attention. So it's more
And a potential training room and additional space there if needed.
Okay.
So again, these projects may not be planned in the budget for next year, but they're kind of long-term things we need to be considering and thinking about. And so this one might get more a discussion than maybe fire equipment would. But Parks and Recreation, within the CIP book itself, we do have the city park improvements. And we really made that kind of a general catch-all for park improvements around. Going forward, I think our goal is to be more specific with that instead of having a general project page for park improvements as a whole, to really go more into specific needs or requests, maybe at a park level or a piece of equipment level. But we do have Joe Machado Field improvements in our CIP book, the community center, the community pool, the dog park, and then the 3 added. Those were all identified in the recreation master plan document as potential opportunities to expand recreation park needs in the community. But if there are others that maybe we're not considering or haven't captured in the CIP book, I wanted to, I guess, turn it over to you to talk about parks. I know Dave's not here. And this doesn't have to all be in this meeting. We can have this an ongoing dialogue.
For JMF improvements, if we could please look sooner rather than later at emergency exits. Currently, the way that the bleachers are set up, there's one access point for all of the bleachers to flow in and out. And looking at if there was to be either some kind of emergency or event at Joe Machado, getting everyone out of that bleacher area looks like it would be extremely difficult at this point in time.
That's a good idea. And in these little things, there's kind of a dollar amount attached to all of those. In the little pages we can't read.
There will be a dollar amount attached to them, and it'll be our best estimate.
Okay, good.
Great.
But again, the Lovers Cove Park is already done.
It's done, but that's not to say there might not be other opportunities to expand the parks. So right now it's done, but if there's a need for a slide at that park, these are things we could be capturing within the CIP book.
I have been asked by a number of children for additional swings around town. So if you can look at adding that as one of the park improvements, that would be great. The other thing that I think would be beneficial is to have, similar to the recreation zones that we have now for equipment at Joe Machado and at the Avalon Kids Park, having similar types of equipment, but that are also meant to be utilized by younger kiddos. There's a lot of kiddos under 14 that want to use that machinery safely, and all of that is designated for kids over 14.
Dave, I know, wants to play with that, and he'll talk about it because, none of it has a lot of resistance training in them. And so he's got a lot of opinions about that equipment there and what we can and cannot do with that at that location. So he'll be a breath of information when he's here.
I'll tell you, it's been kind of nice sitting here during the day in my seat. I've got a view of the little park right across the street, and there have been kids, lots of kids, playing at that park all day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So that's very cool to see, actually.
Yeah, it's popular. Okay.
The other thing too with the skate park, I know Dave and I have talked about this a little bit, but just specifically trying to get actually a cement park. I've looked at Tony Hawk's program for funding for part of that.
Yeah.
But really hoping we can push that forward too.
I think that kind of went by the wayside because he wanted to put it across the street there. So he'll have to talk to that because there's something that put the kibosh on that one.
Okay.
So and we can go back to parks if something comes up, but city infrastructure, some of the projects we've already identified is City Hall remodel. This wasn't anything in the next year or two, but looking at better utilizing our space. It's not on the list, but AV infrastructure upgrades is something that we already have identified and we're talking about it as well. I don't know if that was what the point was for.
You can't see me, but I'm clapping.
The Crescent Avenue Hillside maintenance yard upgrades, Bonita Way stairs. Again, all of these on this list are ones we've already identified, but if there are other infrastructure needs that we haven't, wanted to provide that for them.
Yeah, we want to get another 4 or 5 of them on Bob's list.
Is this where we add that erosion netting ring thing? Is this the list that we were added to? Is that something we want to do?
Erosion netting this probably would be where it would make the most sense if that's a project we want to identify.
At least we want to look into to see,
Right.
see probably. Yeah.
On, I'm just gonna, I don't know where it goes in the categories, but just, do we plan, my mom.
Oh, trees.
Has asked about the trees. Since we had a couple that have fallen because of the storm, so we plan on replacing those?
Some, yes. I mean, we do have we're addressing the landscaping. Those are probably a smaller scale project or cost than some of these projects, but we do have currently, we discussed that today with Public Works, so.
I'll make sure
that's
to
all in the
report back
works.
to my mom.
Yeah. Let me know which one.
And when we do replace trees, we are trying to use native?
We are,
Okay.
and we're.
We have to.
There's one tree that has fallen that we made the decision to not replace it in that exact location, just because we would have been revisiting that same issue down the road. So we're replacing that tree, but somewhere else.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Yeah. Because that's what they talk about at SCAG, you got to be resilient and you have to have all this stuff in order, and one of the ways to do it is use plants indigenous and low water usage and that kind of thing.
But it's like, eucalyptus trees do a lot of damage. The ficus trees do a lot of
Well,
damage.
eucalyptus aren't indigenous either.
I know,
Or
but I'm just
endemic
saying,
or whatever, yeah.
Let's put things in that.
Right. Cherry trees.
Dead olive trees on Front Street, yes.
Those weren't indigenous either.
Those have been taken care of.
Yeah. Lisa, you're saying something?
I was just going to say it's hard to replace trees that are indigenous when you're looking at scrub oak as the largest tree.
Well, yeah,
Okay,
but I mean.
there's Catalina cherry tree. We could grow a couple ironwoods.
Yeah. But
Ironwood's
I'm
a
just saying
long
we
time.
don't.
Good luck.
Let's not put things that were there before that do cause damage to sidewalks.
Right, trying to find something that fits both people's perception of a tree, but that also makes sense environmentally and physically is a big puzzle for us.
Yes. But that's for Bob and his crew to figure out.
So on the next one I grouped is just special revenue funds, and this is just to show we do get monies each year from gas tax that we have to spend on annual street improvements, and so that is in our CIP budget, as well as we are working on some planned curb cuts as part of the ADA, greater ADA project, and that's using CDBG funding. And then the projects currently in the book about the 206 East Whitley project, but if, say, there were future planned land acquisitions or building acquisitions, that's something we could include in a CIP plan as well. And it brought up, Lisa had mentioned earlier, but if we want to look at having point-to-point or getting away from the fixed route buses. There's probably going to be some infrastructure that would be required to make that transition. So that would be a type of project that we might want to, if there is a desire and need, and it sounded like there was from council, make sure that's included in the CIP book.
Oh, well, then what about the electrification of vehicles that California is pointing everyone to go towards? So we should probably start looking at infrastructure for charging stations, or how we could do it, you know, in front of people's homes or whatever. But we should probably start looking at that.
I think it makes sense to do money for a study this year if we can, and funds annually for the building of projects moving forward.
Yeah.
I would also like to ask if council would be amenable, or if we can discuss what a, oh, sorry.
But it'll remind him to go back and cross-reference.
So no shortage of projects in the harbor. I kind of split them up between kind of ones that are more rehabilitation of existing infrastructure in nature versus ones that are newer or expanded infrastructure. So just to kind of touch on some of the newer ones that weren't in prior CIP documents shared with council is new decking on the Green Pier. Green Pier restrooms, that was one that was identified by council at a prior meeting. Float 6, that would be a new float potentially to be utilized used for the cruise ships. Recreation barge was one identified by the harbor master, and he could speak more to it, but it was one that, while we're building out the CIP, is kind of a down the road potential for including in the harbor. And then the others were ones that were previously already identified, but if there are other infrastructure needs within the harbor, just something to think about. And really just lastly, if there are any other projects to consider, and I know, you know, you're going to go home and think of something that didn't come up, and so this doesn't have to be a one-time or once-a-year type conversation. As projects are identified, or as you know, the community provides input to you on things they would like to see, if you can communicate it back to us, and you'll know that we captured it, because we'll then put it in the CIP book, because that's the document we use when we're planning the budget and prioritizing what projects we're looking to do, is we really use that as kind of our guide. And so if there are things you've identified and you don't see them reflected in our CIP schedule, let us know, because that's really where that's our kind of guide when we're building out our CIP plan for the year.
So this project prioritization and all the ways in which you prioritize them, and then, you know, I think this is really awesome. So you all are going through this in your mind and going, does it improve the overall health and safety? Does the project address current regulatory mandates? You're doing all that? And are there time constraints? So then that's where, if there are time constraints, you would be saying yes, and then kind of what that deadline is. And then how do you decide, with all of the projects that you have and all of the harbor, how do you decide how those projects together, maybe one by itself doesn't require a new person, but when you're having 4 or 5 projects that are on the harbor, now that requires 1 or 2 additional personnel on a full-time basis. You're going to figure that out and let us know what kind of staffing changes you need?
And that should be reflected in the plan sheet. We don't necessarily have it to an individual FTE added headcount, but that's something we should be considering if we are adding infrastructure. And it's when Dan Hunke was here, we did talk about the community center, and one of the things he and I discussed was what the staffing would be required to run that and manage that community center. So absolutely, those are the types of things we should be talking about and thinking about when we're planning our CIP projects. And then what we need to do is, it sounds like, reflect it within that document in a clearer way. But those are things we are considering when we're looking at our projects.
But I'd also like to point out, Mayor, that, you know, regarding staffing, the amount of projects that we have and how aggressive we have been lately with trying to go after grants and get funding for these projects that in and of itself is likely to increase the need for staffing, because we have to have dedicated staff to not only manage the grant applications, but the reporting of the grant applications, also the project management. So I think with the volume that we have, and it's well worth it, because just the amount of money we've received in the past 6 months, it's well worth it. But we're going to have to dedicate staffing to that. So I do think it would not surprise me that in the near future we bring the need to an additional staff in administration in order to handle that.
Oh, no, I can understand this. So that's why I was saying, if we have to hire people, we have to hire people. I don't have a problem with that. I just, hopefully when you figure out the full-time equivalent.
And the goal with the next meetings, we'll weigh that against, what our revenue projections look like and what we're comfortable with in that sense. And so it's a balancing act for sure.
Right. Wow. And we can't use, or can we use, like California Conservation Corps, or what's that group that helped with the ACE Clearwater up there on the runway?
The Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah. Do we reach out to agencies like that to give us assistance?
I mean, we can.
I mean, it would be, I think they're helpful.
I mean, they definitely are. I think that was at least for the Army Corps, a pretty unique circumstance or situation, but
we're unique. As Michael said today to the Assemblyman, we're not special, we're unique. So I think I talked to somebody from the California Conservation Corps, and I know they've helped with the Conservancy. We could maybe use them for different projects we have. Beautification of Front Street, I mean, whatever, even if it's just however many weeks they come, and maybe this is when we should be doing it during the winter, when we may be easier to find them someplace to live. I don't know how the housing is dealt with, but I think we need outside resources. We just don't. I'm just feeling bad for all the staff that's having to work so hard. Yeah.
We're not turning help down, so.
Okay, but we have to ask for it.
No, right, you're right.
Okay. And interns from the universities in the planning department, or maybe finance is well covered, right? Well funded, well staffed, right?
You got it.
Poor guy. Okay. All righty. What do y'all think? I think this is wonderful once again.
So the whole SIP isn't on the website, right?
The CIP plan is on the website. It's attached as part of last year's budget, but any of the updates and modifications we've made to it over the course of the year isn't. It'd be my plan, likely the second meeting in May, to provide council with an updated draft of the CIP plan. And that would include some of the projects we talked about tonight, as well as ones department heads have identified as part of our kind of budget review process. So the second meeting in May is when I would look to have an updated version that would be able to share with the public. But the old one is available as part of our budget document.
Okay.
A question, Matt, you mentioned the AV improvements. Does anyone know off the top of their head if the YouTube translation, the auto caption, includes the ability to auto caption into Spanish? Do they offer that service, or is that something we've been looking at still?
Is Devin still here? I think she was.
Is that part of the website, or?
Yeah, so I know that for YouTube, when you watch the council meeting back on YouTube, if you're on mute, it'll automatically caption it for you. It's a feature of YouTube now. But I didn't know if anyone knew if Spanish translation, which is something we've been looking at actively for a couple years, was something that could be reviewed as part of that AV plan. We had talked about looking at that a couple of years ago, prior to COVID, or right at the start of COVID.
We can
Something we were
definitely
looking at, but there wasn't money for it.
look at language updates to the website. I think that might be a feature available.
Yeah, we can certainly look into it.
I know they looked into it before as well, but translation for folks in the audience. Is that something we can look at for the near future?
We can definitely look at that.
Thank you guys very much for all the work on it, and as always, keeping it up.
Thank you.
Okay, and we have Paul, since I didn't open it up for a presentation, I did open it for oral comment, but I don't think you were here because we've been kind of goofy today.
Thank you, I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Just Paul Birchall, Avalon Library. I just want to talk super quick because I know you want to go home. A few of the things we have coming up in April. Rudy's Radical Science. I have a chemist coming out and doing a STEM program for children on Wednesday, April 12th. That's going to be really awesome. I want to do more STEM. Anything in the, that seems to be available for vendors who will come out and do STEM, I want to bring them out. Coming up on, let's see, the April 19th, Wednesday at 4, I'm going to have a visit by the children's bilingual songwriter Natalia Paulus. She's been out here before, I think about 5, 6, 7 years ago, before my time. She does a story time song and dance thing, bilingual. It's going to be really fun. Younger children, really welcome to that. Chuck Liddell on Tuesday, April 11th and April 25th. National Poetry Month. Design a beautiful tote bag. They've sent me 40 tote bags and we're going to draw on them. Really nice. That's April 21st at 4 p.m. Smarty Pants Story Time. Every Saturday at 11. I'm starting to become a rock star to the 2 to 5 circuit. It's kind of astonishing.
Awesome, you're so good.
Yay, yay. I have another magician coming in early May, Zany Zoe. She's going to be kind of kooky. I came here right while we were having Wacko the Magician. He finally got over after being postponed like 9 times because of the storms.
Dang.
The kids were rolling in the aisles. It was
Good.
I left them with a table floating around. It was kind of cool. Thanks very much for letting me come up and talk to you.
You're welcome.
Come to the library. It's National Library Week coming up in a week or so. So come and visit us and take out a
Be
book.
there, be square.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. If there's no other, if there are no other announcements, meeting is adjourned.